Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Disney Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your
Dungeon
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 Master,
Dragons.
and with me, as always, this time of the week are the wonderful problem children. Say hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, such great group, such wonderful faces. So much has happened. In almost a recap of the season, from going to hell, traveling through the layers, finding objects and allies, enemies and monsters, finding your way back, recently battling through Agrabah, defeating this army sent after you guys in Hades' last-ditch effort to get those items you think that you all had, as well as making it to the Brethren Court. Last we saw important stuff where that first ever meeting with these other groups. Again, King Arthur told you all these, but just as much as meeting these other people, using the vials of energy to start creating these god weapons, these daggers, oil swords. Jim, you had the Lost Ones come to you because you can help them in performing a ritual, in theory, to make Lilith a goddess once more, help purify her. That you and the sword can be very implementive in getting that done. But just as much good as, Jim Hawkins, you can help us. Mr. Incredible, you had a bit of a, shall we say, meltdown. Not even like your own fault. Something triggered against one of these other party members that you almost tried to kill each other. I mean, thankfully, you're all crazy level 20 people that just kind of after one round went,
no.
But upon waking up, everything, where we're kind of going to begin this session, or excuse me, shall I say, to begin in the Brethren Court. What you all know is Dumbo the elephant, or the Loxodon, has been able to, using some magic with the other groups, figure out a way to give you all 2 sapphires. That's something everyone you can mark in your inventories. These are sapphires, when crushed, will allow you to pick one of the objects that we made. These 2 daggers, the short sword, the vial, the arrow.
It was 1 dagger and 2 vials. Yep.
I do this every time.
Every
1 dagger,
really
2 vials, 1 arrow, a short sword, and a ring. So there are 6 of these items that the other parts, it was this great synergy of, these are in a perfectly secluded vault, basically, in the demi-plane. And so, all you have to do is crush this sapphire, and you got 2. So, I mean, if one doesn't work, or if one does work, you have another chance. So, where we are going to begin is actually inside the Brethren Court itself. Because
That's Fireball.
Excellent. Jim, which may actually go over well. What you see is Jim is led up to this extravagant table. It's hard to tell. I wasn't going to put all the figurines in. There are pirates everywhere. It's kind of like everyone's big cruise, right? Kind of like last time we explained how like Jim was standing there with like Dench and Mr. Incredible on either side, Silver close behind to make this like entourage or posse to make this like intimidating presence. Everyone kind of has that.
You do have 2 loaded cannons, so
yes, 2 loaded cannons.
If things go bad, remember that, Mr. Incredible.
And what I will say, Jim, is as the pirate lords are entering, something important to note, because Hook was not with you guys. He snuck off to go in another way to make it look better. So what you see is Hook, upon entering, comes in, takes his sword, plunges it deeply into this globe, and like scrapes his hook across sword, shower of sparks everywhere. And so, Jim, when it comes to you, there is this globe, and it doesn't have to be the Sword of Zarya. That's actually very important. It's more just like a, what's the word? Membership, like attendance form, right? Like, okay, once we have 9 swords in this thing, we know for sure we're good. As everyone puts some form of sword in, like all these people coming in. And again, not just you guys, but you see, of course, Jack Sparrow is there, as the Imagineers were able to convince him to come, which is very important. Barbosa is here with his crew, and the other Lost Ones. But most importantly, you are all seeing that members like Don Carnage, Mistress Ching, the Dread Pirate
Carnage.
Don Carnage. Hey, we got a fan. He's one of the Pirate Lords. Dread Pirate Roberts, Stallion Baron, and Lady Kane, these other Pirate Lords, all in attendance. That through some of the preliminary talk, where it kind of begins is this. Barbossa is the one leading charge because, again, Barbossa is the one who officially made the summons. And what Barbossa says is, hey, Hades is coming after all of us. I am proposing we unite. To which, of course, everyone hates that idea. Immediate talk. We're gonna skip because most of it was with the other parties, specifically for like Barbossa and Rapunzel, like between the Pirate Lords. But Jim, what's important for you and the rest of you guys as well is sitting here. Is there's an important decision to be made, shall we say? Right now, the pirates, basically, Barbossa is calling forward a vote for a pirate king. Which means if there's a pirate king elected, they can command the armies, all this armada of pirates. But as Silver is going to lean in and whisper in your ear, Jim, right, it never really works, boy, as everyone needs to vote for themselves. When you vote for someone else, people want to kill you.
I mean, it happens often. I don't think that really changes anything.
True. You see, Silver kind of like slightly chuckles, elbows you, leans back as you see all these other pirates are getting ready for the vote, as each one of them are pulling out their piece of age. They're just kind of like, they have to hold it to prove their membership. So what you see is, beginning, you have Mistress Ching, who holds out this beautiful pair of spectacles, right? Like what we think of like mini binoculars, and votes for herself. At which point, Don Carnage pulls out a beautiful red ascot, flips it, and votes for himself. Jim, it is then your turn. Who would you vote for? Specifically, what you're realizing, and maybe what I'll tell you, some of the other thing, Barbossa was going to let you know in secret that Barbossa wanted to vote for you because you're the most likable, if that makes sense. Like, well, if Barbossa tried to take it, there's too many people that really don't like Barbossa. He is a piratey pirate. And so it's that like, hey, if we give, he's like, I'll vote for you.
Fine, make the hero pirate do it.
Right, it's that. Plus, I mean, then it's less responsibility for him. So you see going around, everyone is starting to vote. So Jim, you have a chance. Who would you vote for? Would you vote for yourself?
I vote for Captain Jack. Just kidding.
What?
I would rather die.
Fair, honestly.
No. Well, hearing that from Barbossa and wanting to be able to get things done, as long as suspecting who Hook is going to vote for, I will vote for myself.
Excellent. Here's what's fun, because some of you may or may not have been around for this. What you see is when it gets to Barbossa's vote, again, it's not going like in any clockwise or counterclockwise around the table. It's more based on like geographical locations kind of vibe. Barbossa stands up and very confidently goes, I vote for Jim Hook. And a bit of a silence falls over everyone as you see the flash through both Barbossa and Hook's eyes of that Freudian slip of going, uh-oh. You see actually Stallion, this woman who rules over the Bayou Sea. She leans forward, just, pardon? And Barbossa, very fun, again, crazy deception check, goes, oh, Jim Hawkins, sorry, not Hook, I got caught on the tongue.
So
to which he got crazy good rolls. Hook then, Jim, you see the look of fear in Hook's eyes as suddenly it looks very suspicious. Hook looks at you with that deeply apologetic, like, oh no, and goes, I vote for James Hook myself. As it would look really bad.
That's fair.
And here's what's great, where I don't, some of you may not have realized, it comes down to Jack Sparrow. As what you realize, both Stallion and Lady Kane voted for Stallion. as people have started voting, just as much as Barbosa is voting for you, it seems that the opposition had a favored win. It's down to Sparrow, where if he votes for himself, it's a tie, nothing happens, and all is basically lost because it's like, well, no one gets anything.
We just kill everybody at that point.
Right? It's like, well, now we're all enemies and we don't care. You want to give the metagame reason 4 different luck points as well as a Tides of Chaos from Riot. So many people pumped in, like, there was a Bardic Inspiration throw. Everyone was basically giving Jack Sparrow to get a high enough insight to get over this petty grudge to vote for Jim. Because if not, it would really suck, because there would be a lot of stuff wasted. It took a lot of rolls. Adding all in, though, you watch as Jim, Sparrow meets your eyes. This, rather unruly, you've never liked him ever since day one. He's really not the best person. But you see he has a
terrible pirate.
Terrible pirate, too.
You have heard of him.
But you have heard of him. And Jim, you see with a subtle nod of at least just acceptance, Jim Hawkins. As everyone's like, there's a low grumble, and you're not sure if it's like of acceptance or just like, well, it's over with, as all the pirates realize that we have a new pirate king. Here's then what's fun. Jim, is there anything you would say in this moment? You've got like a moment, because now every pirate lord, even the ones that weren't voting for you, right? Like the 2 kind of obviously more evil ones, they can't do anything. If you give them a command now, they have to follow it or everyone else kills them. That's kind of the rule of the pirate code. So Jim, what's your orders?
Well, first of all, so I wasn't there for the entire session the other day, yes. Last time. Question, do we have any set in stone plans on when or where the finale is going to look like?
I'll make a quick roll. There's something I will give you here. Because, Jim, you have a moment to, like, think, if that makes sense. Yeah. Jim, you get a message. You're not sure who, but you're pretty sure it's one part. Like, fun fact, everyone of the other parties was also messaging, or like, telepathic bond. So, Jim, you get a message from one of the other parties, probably the lost ones, because those are the ones like Nemo's talking to you. The message basically says, we have stuff to do. Let's meet in Magentia at King Arthur's throne room. And just meet at your convenience, is the gist of what this message is going to tell you. Because, like, the Lost Ones still had one last thing, the Imagineers had one last thing. So it's that, like, hey, I think we all have, like, that one last laundry list to get through. But it's, Jim, you do get this message of, like, here's a place that we can go.
Okay. So Magentia. Okay. In that case, I will rally the troops, basically tell everyone to prepare for war, prepare for battle, and I will have the pirate lords meet in Magentia with King Arthur, and I will have their fleet stand by, as in like close by, not necessarily in Magentia because we don't want a lot of pirates there.
Magentia has a lot of ports naturally anyway, but it's that, like, we can meet, like, off the coast and kind of come in just to talk. Yeah, no, that's perfectly acceptable. Because it makes sense, right? If we want to go meet there and just start making more concrete battle plans, that's smart. Jim, what you see then, all these pirate lords are already starting to nod. You see, like, again, even the ones that didn't vote for you, are like, well, I'd rather not get murdered, so I guess we're coming. It's more along the lines of, though, and what Silver actually would message you is these pirates, they might not send everything, if that makes sense. Like, unless you told them you gotta bring all your ships and all your crews, they might just bring a ship to not look guilty, right?
I will tell them to bring half their ships.
Ooh,
at least.
There's the order. Half the ships of everyone. So everyone's got that order now.
Well, Welcome to politics.
Pirate politics are easier, honestly.
Yeah.
Pirate politics are you do this, and if not, okay.
I kill
Can
you.
we do that in fairy politics too? Make things
Fairy
so much
politics are
easier?
very much similar, crazy, believe it or not. Jim, though, at this point, as you've given this first official, or like, okay, we will convene in Magentia, at least with some of the lords, we'll keep ships nearby, bring half your fleet. This is where the wild magic comes in. As I use, some of you know this, I use a bigger wild magic table. I think it adds more chaos. Jim,
That's exactly what we need right now.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
We always need chaos.
And speaking of chaos and more chaos, you suddenly realize, Jim, that the floor beneath your feet is moving. As the wild magic, all oak in a 60-foot radius out of poor Raya, who, in trying to help you get elected Pirate King, all of these oaks, you all watch, boom, 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 start forming into giant treants that look horrifying. Treants like Treebeard from Lord of the Rings, these giant tree, but they are not friendly. At which point, to start the encounter, what you actually see, Jim, is one of the other party members, Phoebus, looks around at all of you, and Barbosa goes, "You heard the captain! Scatter!" As Phoebus casts Scatter on his party, they all scatter outward. I would love everyone to roll initiative.
Did we not roll this? I guess we didn't.
We did, because every party gets a little bit of their own, because there's so many treants, like everyone kind of gets their own
Oh,
little...
that's gonna be amazing.
I got
another nat 20 on the morph die.
Hey, Morph! Leading strong.
I mean, initiative is one of the dumbest things to get that 20 on.
13.
It's nice
18?
to go first.
Jim, what did you get?
I got a 15.
15, pretty good. Mr. Incredible? 19. Here we go. Hook goes precinct. And oh my gosh, yeah. The treants, so fun fact, I always forget this. I'm glad I have this now. The treants have a base initiative of 14. I rolled it once for each party just so I didn't have to keep doing it. But fun fact, all of you rolled higher than the treants. Pretty fun. Here we go. In starting off this combat, we have Jasmine. What you see is, again, all of these holes open up in the floor and in the ceiling, because, again, some of the wood that the treants reformed from was there. So, Jasmine, that makes your turn, as now, officially, all of you start getting this message in your mind from the other party. Meet in Magentia, right? Like, all of you are getting this message.
I can play for Kronk.
Oh, please do. Yeah, could you roll for Kronk? Because that will help this initiative.
Yeah, give me a second to find the D20
Yeah, you're
that is normally used for that man. By man, I mean woman.
Oh, before I take my turn, quick question about how initiative is going to shake out. Because my second turn will be at 19, and isn't that what?
11.
So like, will he go first and then me?
11? Oh, yes. So, Jasmine, you would actually go first because then it still bases on Dex. That's one of those subtle rules where always use Dex in a tie.
So me and then Lonnie and then me and then Nick.
So we'll go Jasmine. And fun fact, Hook actually rolled a 23 as well.
No way.
And Hook has a insanely good Dex, as he needs to. So we'll go Jasmine, Hook, Morph, Jasmine, Mr. Incredible, Thumbelina, Jim, treants, and then Kronk will come after the trees.
Okay. So I am. If I guess.
Yes, please.
So I am going to, if I have to, fly up, but I want to hit the tree that's like the other way, so that my two Thumbelina and Raj are in 5 feet, so I'll get sneak attack without having to. Like,
Oh, gotcha. So you're flying up and over this tree.
yeah, I just want to
here.
attack that tree. And then make my dagger do fire damage to it.
Excellent. Yes, as that. This is wood. Fire cooks wood.
What is a 12 plus 11, 23?
12 plus 11, 23 hits.
Okay, so that is sneak attack and my dagger damage, and it's all fire.
Correct.
So, hypothetical question.
Yes.
If we had a treant on our side, and with Kronk knowing tree stride, could we teleport to anywhere that tree is by just hopping out of them
You want to know
violently?
a fun 5th edition D&D? Yeah. Tree stride works like
So
that.
we need to tame one of these and make it our pet.
I mean,
48.
48 fire damage?
Yes.
Good heavens.
And then I would like to bonus action, and I don't know if this is like possible if I want to flavor the hiding, but like in its own branches, I just like hide.
What here? I will give you this. If you try to hide in its own branches, it will know you're there.
Okay.
It's like because they are sentient creatures. Like
yeah,
it's sentient
I just
plants.
thought it would be funny.
It would be hilarious.
Already
I'm going
though.
to keep one of these treants,
But I won't
guys.
bonus action hide anyway.
Oh no, I think that's super smart there, Jim. It's that like, hey, wait a second. Like, but yes, Jasmine, please hide. As immediately the tree Jasmine just hit is immediately set ablaze and looks badly hurt already.
I got a 36 stealth.
36. Jasmine is gone to the foreseeable future.
Don't hurt the one on the bottom left.
Yeah, you can message it. So bottom left will keep that one safe.
Yes, I'm gonna polymorph it.
Can it be a different one?
Hey.
Because I was gonna use a lightning bolt, and I need things in a nice little line.
Okay, the one on the bottom right.
Okay.
One by Kronk.
The one, yes. So the one by Kronk will try to keep.
That's still in your line.
Yeah.
That's still in her line.
Oh,
Can you be
that's
the
still
one that?
Which line are you doing?
How about this?
The
How about we
line
just
of
take our turns and then
Yeah.
Jim can do something clever
There we go.
afterwards.
Oh yes,
Yep, you
whichever
can
one
choose
Jim
one of the
takes
trees that
will
has it.
not
There
take
we
that
go.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun party, like I want this one. Fine, I'll take this one, and like I'll put my gun somewhere else.
I just had
Excellent.
a good feeling about that one.
This one feels good.
No. This one is just really good at faking it.
Here we go. Here's something fun. Hook looks at you, Jim. Kind of the whole party. You realize he can't say much, but you see he just like, very well, Pirate King. I'll see you there. In that he's got to sound mean, but probably means it very genuinely. And what's fun? Yeah, once again, I'm rolling each time. Hook takes his hook, and towards the trees by the lost ones, fireballs behind them, burning these trees behind them, does a insanely cool backflip and disappears into this whole hook stop.
Okay, that's cool.
That's what he's been doing for every person's party.
He
boom, fireballs
done his
helps the lower level
after
party.
he
Important to know.
himself from the crocodile.
Gone. Barbosa has started running. Important to know. The other party, the Lost Ones, have invited Sparrow to escape with them. Mike Wazowski did a persuasion check because he's got a dimension door to say, hey, come with me. Morph, that is then your turn then, my friend.
Cool. I'm going to go in the bottom left of the screen so that I can get the 3 trees in a line. Is there a way that I can
Yep.
get the next one that's not quite in a line with the other 3, but is
Yeah, so let's, I have
would
a
I
line.
be able to get all 4? Is what I'm
What I can do is definitely, let's do a
if not, that's fine.
morphling line. I know this seems gross. How long is your line originally? Like how many feet?
100 feet.
100 feet. You could probably get way more than you think.
Really?
Oh, didn't mean to do it like that. So morph, if we're coming out from you, we can hit.
And it's 5 feet wide. So.
Yes. Sorry, I know this line looks weird.
Oh no, you're good.
Let's see. 1, 2, like you could hit like that. It
Yeah,
looks like.
that's what I was going for. So that'd be perfect.
So there's still like that kind of like almost the one Jim like almost right to your left. Like that one then will be untouched.
Okay.
And yes, and you do it below Jasmine because
Oh,
it would
yeah?
hit her. Yeah, that would hit everyone.
Awesome. I'm going to try and get all 4 of them. They each need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Would you believe that these trees have a 30 dexterity?
Not particularly, no.
They have a -1. So on a synthetic 2,
I think they miss.
I
Okay,
think
so
these
86.
trees be getting hit.
Yeah, 86 to lightning damage.
Gosh.
That is already 12, 13, 14, 15. Plus another 16, 20, 24, and then 12. Plus 11. 35 points of lightning damage.
35?
Each.
Good. Each. Yeah. Each.
Yeah, not
Morph. All of these creatures immediately look so hurt. As what you're realizing, the one Jasmine cooked looks to be like on death's door already. Like this tree is a charred, burnt, like you know that like charcoal texture where it just flakes away. This tree's basically gone. But the others, lightning unfortunately doesn't ignite them like something like a fire dagger would. But all of those trees just get wrecked up the middle.
I accept.
Well done. Jasmine, that's your second turn before Mr. Incredible. Oh, this is wild.
So I am going to attack this tree again.
Smack it.
28 to hit.
28, and because you're hitting with enemy sneak attack, how do you do this? The minimum damage, the minimum dice you need, even if you rolled all ones, can kill this thing.
Oh my god.
That's what's so sad.
So,
so close.
Jasmine just kind of like dives down. In fact, it might be that sort of like she was like up in ceiling shadows on carpet, and she might just fully jump off carpet and do like a little somersault in the air and just come down and stab it, and then it bursts into flames.
That
and ash.
beautiful splitting wood sound combined with a whoosh of fire. This tree, full tree at just whoosh
So
is
there's like a
gone.
shower of ash, and then carpet comes down and catches me.
Excellent.
Wow, doing it with
Boom.
style.
Jasmine appears out of the mist, just boom, carpet swooping up and underneath. One tree down, as
and
again,
I have a bonus action.
You
So
got a
I may
bonus?
as well hide again.
may as well hide. As already, a lot of these trees are looking hurt. This is something, again, for you guys, you're all powerful people. Like, it's more of an annoyance of, like, crap, it splits us up because of trees.
Don't worry, this one's just a 30.
Oh, just a 30. Yeah, fun fact, there's only, like, 2 things I've ever seen to have a passive of 30.
Dumbo and what else?
No,
Dumbo
Dumbo's only
Dumbo only has a
29.
29 passive. That's what I'm saying, only 2. Yeah, Jasmine once again, back up into the rafters. Again, Jasmine, it's wonderful to hide here. There's so many ropes and riggings as this thing is built out of ships. At which point, Mr. Incredible, that is your turn.
Okie dokie. Question.
Yes.
How tall are these trees?
They're about that, like 8 or 9 foot. Like they're above you, but they're not like massively tall.
Okay. And are they connected to the ground, or are they like? Are they able to move around?
You think they can move? It's that like they are just about to finish forming like faces. Like on their turn, they'll be able to attack, obviously. And so you're realizing that their roots aren't in the ground. They are going to be able to
Gotcha.
move.
I have picked up trees before.
Canonically, Mr. Incredible has uprooted trees.
And I don't even need to uproot these ones because they're already out of the ground.
I'll give you advantage if you're trying to strength check like wrestle a tree. I'll say that's fair logic.
Well, I think he wants to
use it like a
whack
baseball
one with
bat.
a...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Mr. Incredible style.
Mr. Incredible style, baseball bat.
That was stuck in a tree, so you have to, like you
Hit
did
it
in the
with
movie.
another tree.
If you could grab the one that's right by Morph
Yeah,
and
so
just bonk the next one over.
you're coming here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We're gonna start. It's gonna be opposed strength first, or opposed athletics. Just because there's that natural, the trees don't want to be moved, but you have advantage, I'll say, because it's that I know how to do this.
What is this?
Oh, really poorly. No, that beats a 12. Trees are very strong. That was a synthetic 2.
You mean a natural two?
A natural 2, excuse me. Yeah.
I was gonna say
They have a minus 10.
Wait.
Mr. Incredible, you have this tree as like
Get
feeling
ready to be transplanted.
Oh my god! The
then just
cheese!
bonk. And
boom into this other tree, just boom, 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 boosh, hitting it.
I love how you do double damage.
Go ahead, roll.
Because-
You're getting so close to being proficient with improvised weapons. Oh my god! Like I honestly might have to give it to you.
Honestly.
I think he deserves it.
what was
Yeah,
it?
take
He
it.
didn't have it already?
I know,
you
that's
just
why-
did this naturally.
You
all
keep
the time.
doing this, so I will say, go ahead. You can have proficiency.
Okay.
How many times has he done this?
What
Every
is the
single season, at
damage
least
die
once.
for a treant?
For a treant, This is a
That's
so fun fact.
that
Just as
was a
much
lot.
as I've had to figure out for morph interior damage. This came up in someone else's session.
Wait,
I
is
now
that
every
the
fight with
interior?
you have to
No,
figure
it's
out.
how he had to figure
size
out
versus
for
dices.
you.
So these are technically huge plants. So let's see here. I have it written down under rogues. Here we go. Here we go, rogues. It's not gargantuan.
Only D&D can you.
Large, huge. Okay. Mr. Incredible.
It's gonna be huge.
This is going to be 2d10 plus your strength.
Plus proficiency.
Plus proficiency.
Well,
Or
proficiency will not
strength
be
and
hit.
proficiency
Doesn't
to
add the
hit.
damage.
But then strength, and it's just a flat 2d10 plus your strength on damage.
Can you imagine if I
That'd be insane.
There are things that can give you, like certain subclasses of bards and wizards can give you that kind of like proficiency to damage, but
What?
it's broken. Mostly
I chose
unearthed
the
arcana.
wrong,
So 2d10 plus strength.
subclass.
Or first the d20 plus proficiency and strength to hit. Because if you hit, both damage will go to both trees.
Yeah.
If not, it will just be damage on the tree you've already taken an attack on, so to speak, to grab it.
That's not very good.
Not very good.
Oh, with proficiency, that's okay. That's a 19.
19 hits the AC. Yes,
Okay.
you boom. So go ahead and roll. Yeah, 2d10. Add your strength.
I already rolled. You want?
Oh,
me to use
oh
that
yeah,
or-
no, go for it. Yeah, what-
15.
15 damage to both of these treants. Here, I'll just mark it this way it's gonna be easier. Good heavens.
And I do have an extra attack. Does that count as
I will say
grappling?
one. I'm gonna say
Or-
from now on, because you have that proficiency, it's one official attack to get
Okay,
the item.
that's what I
But
think.
since you have two, it's the other one to hit because it
Okay.
will still deal the bolt.
I'll take it.
Um,
That's awesome.
and if you miss, it's that like yeah, you're still whacking something with this guy. Here
I'll
we
take
go.
it.
Yeah.
They're starting to look really hurt, especially these streets you hit, Mr. Incredible, as you this one like making this creaking sound, cracking wood into each other, that very baseball thud. Gosh dang.
Yeah, you better hurry up and claim a tree.
Quick, Jim, get a tree because
That's
we're
why I
killing them
went
all.
for the ones that were already damaged.
Yeah,
Uh,
that makes sense.
Don't worry, there's plenty of trees. Even the ones, because some parties did decide to help out. They're like, "Oh, I'll throw a spell over here," but that will come later on.
Why are we killing these trees?
Because they want to kill you.
You know what? That's fair.
That's
Yeah.
yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, these look hungry, malicious, and have already started attacking pirates. So it's not like, oh, these are angry trees. Who you get the vibe? They may not be happy that pirates chop them down and turn them into wood for ships. And so this is like trees getting revenge for you guys.
Vendetta.
Hey, you're our tree.
V for
Have you
Vendetta
seen
here.
Lord of the Rings with them?
Yeah.
That's gonna make my plan a little awkward.
That's worse
It
than
might be a
Ozzy.
little
Oh,
hard,
God.
yeah.
You judged him?
Here we go. But what I will say is yes,
But what did I
Thumbelina.
say? It can be fixed.
This is
It can
your
be fixed.
official
I haven't
turn.
seen Lord of the Rings
Okay.
either, so-
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
that
you
is
two
our
are-
I've
An
seen
issue?
Star Wars and he's not. I mean,
Oh yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
fair.
you've seen more.
I've
things,
seen
but-
more.
Here we go. Sorry, I just realized
I thought
Thumbelina and
I
Morph
lived
are
on
technically
a rock,
flying as well.
you
That should
know?
help.
okay, so I'm gonna cast
You guys
Shatter.
are
on
truly
okay.
impressive.
The two in the top right hand corner, because I have a 10-foot radius, and if
Yes.
it's got a 60-foot range. So if I did the math right, I have to move.
It just
Yeah.
kind of gives you a bad taste.
So the two
for-
top left hand, so these two,
Like I get along with
Or-
my cousins.
right? Oh, excuse me, right hand. Yeah, because left hand's for Jim. The
Yeah.
right hand,
So
these
if they really
two,
liked it, then you're just
Yes.
like,
these two.
maybe.
No,
They're the ones
Oh,
that-
these two.
Yeah, nobody's
Yes.
attacking him. Nobody's near.
Ah, yes. Because Cable was there, you know, that night that with Mr. Crab, but he's already disappeared. Shatter.
Wow.
These creatures have to make a Constitution saving throw, and oh my gosh, these creatures are made out of inorganic material.
They're in the
Oh,
they're
they're-
made organic.
They're
Yeah.
very organic.
Okay, good. I'm like, for half a second, my mind blanked. I'm like, don't tell me they have disadvantage. Con save for the trees still fails against your DC 19,
Okay.
or DC 18.
He's having such a rough time.
So these creatures will take 3d8 damage.
How
Here-
many? Can I ask? Are they pretty hefty, or are they like
They're hefty trees.
So, like, they have a pretty high DC.
Um,
Not DC,
or
not DC, AC.
AC. It's like decent enough, but you're getting the vibe like they're also trees. It's like, how hard is it to punch a regular tree? Yeah, if you just punch a tree, it might
You
hurt.
just need to do it, Laura.
Weapons and things are probably better.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast it at level 4.
Jeez
So
Louise.
that's two. Is that two?
At third level or higher, yep. So each one above. So fourth level shatter will give you 2 more d8.
I'm glad you're happy now.
Holy cow!
So they're gonna take 3d8 damage.
So 5d, and they fail. So
Sorry,
all this
grades
damage.
are awesome.
It's not gonna be a lot, but
Like he just like sat there. He was like,
14 plus 5, which is 19, plus 8, which is 27.
27. These trees, the ones Thumbelina hits, again, those very like opposite corner of you guys. Boom! Wood crackles down among all of the trees and branches. Branches fall as you watch, because Mr. Incredible, it's that natural, like, what was that noise? I mean, Shatter makes noise. You just see Cadle, the knight you fought with, disappear into a vortex, and you feel an intense weight lift off your shoulders of just that, like I can breathe again, almost like a weight on your chest even, but you're not sure what it meant. But you might be able to make checks if it. There might be something. It's not like it's completely unknown to you.
What if one of you is like Paladin of Aries, and the other one's the Paladin of
Mars? Is that what you're
Mars.
thinking?
Yeah.
That could be
Could
interesting.
be.
that could be.
That would
I was thinking
explain.
we were both
Aries.
of Conquest.
Oh.
Fun
Oh,
fact,
no.
he's not
No?
Conquest. He's in fact
Okay.
an Oath Breaker.
Right. Which
Here
is-
was it.
You and Mason are
Yes,
fine.
any bonus action and movement. Yeah.
So I just
Redemption.
redemption
That was
two
my
spaces
only guess.
just so I'm
Both
right,
Conquest, then maybe
right next to a
one
tree to get hit.
Yeah,
off
smart.
the other.
Makes
Um,
sense, but yeah.
Actually, say, I think that tree has reach. Yes, it's got to. Oh no, excuse me. Yeah, these trees can only hit 5 feet. So yeah, moving away. So if the tree moves in, it would. There's
I
people
don't
between.
get hit, yeah.
You don't want to get hit by the trees. Yeah.
And then I want to give. Okay, so technically last session I gave 2 bardic.
Yes, you did.
Does that still count for this?
It does. So you
This
still
is not
have
a long rest.
4, or excuse me.
I have 1 bardic and then 3 combat inspiration.
No, they can be either or.
So I only have 3 for either.
Because
I
you
don't
have
have
a 3. It can be either one. For you.
How
It's-
only
has
money doesn't she
3?
have like
Yeah, she should have a lot more
I know,
bardic
I should have-
inspiration.
What's
But
your
all of them are
constitution
interchangeable,
score?
right?
All of them
Oh,
are
try the
interchangeable.
con?
That's what
I
makes it
think
better,
it's
so you don't
like,
have to
oh,
choose.
charisma.
You can
That's
give it
right.
and say,
I'm
and
gonna
the person
check
can
that.
choose, well, I can use this for ability or for
Wait,
combat.
did you
That is-
misspeak? Because you said con, but isn't it charisma?
I meant charisma.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your
Okay, then you should
charisma
have more than
modifier?
just 3.
I mean, I just remember. I have a
18.
plus. I have an 18, so plus 4 to charisma.
Plus 4. Yeah, okay, so I was writing the first mine, but then I confused myself.
That
Yeah,
was
so you've used 2.
So I have 2 more.
2 more, yes.
So I can either use bardic or combat.
Mhm.
Okay.
And yeah, and
Or I give it to them. I give
And
them
they can
inspiration.
make it.
They can choose.
that's what makes your college class really nice, because it's like I can give Jasmine a bardic, or I could give Jim a bardic, and they could make it their combat die or their or just for like a normal ability check, dependent.
That is you. Did not know that. Okay. Who is the person closest? Who am I between? I can't
Right now, you're kind of actually perfectly in between the party, because like Silver and Kronk are still there. They're acting much later on the initiative. Jim is up ahead. He acts directly after you. Morph is down the corner.
So who was I between before I moved?
Oh, right in between Raja and Silver. You're kind of like flittering above, because technically, like the spot you were at were just somewhere of like Jim's crew.
Okay, just because I'm close to them, I'm not showing favoritism. I'm gonna touch Mr. Incredible. I'm gonna give an inspiration for him.
Gotcha.
And then I'll move up.
Awesome. So, giving that quick point of inspiration to Mr. Incredible. Moving on upwards. Perfect. Jim, that makes your turn. So,
Okay.
what would you like to do?
So the one kind of over to Jim's left.
Yeah.
I would like to cast polymorph on it to turn it into a tortoise.
Excellent.
Like a small tortoise.
A very small tortoise. Here we go. This creature needs to make a wisdom saving throw, which, fun fact, it's not their strong suit. They're not wise. And that is a definite failure. All of you watch this treant, suddenly the branches all like receding back into their buds and then twigs and then plank until finally what first appears like almost like, wait, is that an acorn? And then grows into a tiny little tortoise sitting on the ground.
Oh, so funny.
Well done, Jim. You've got a tree turtle now.
Cool. I go over and I pick it up.
Excellently done. Sorry, that's too big of a turtle. They're not too. Sorry, 1 second. Tiny little one. Jim, and important to note, the sword that you would have like put in, Barbosa actually makes a point before they leave. He grabs the sword out of the globe, throws it to you, and he gives you that salute, just like, "See you there, Captain." And he's going to disappear.
Yeah, I would have used my +1 rapier, so I'll grab that in a second, I guess. It's not super important.
Yes. Excellent. You've got that. Any other bonus action? And you've only used a bit of movement. You actually still have about 10 feet of movement from where you're at.
Bonus action. Hide? I don't know.
Yeah, all right. Because I will say, Jim, there's a lot of pirates here who all, yeah, they respect you. It's like that path clears for you, but a lot of pirates.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're implying by that.
I don't either. Just
okay. Okay. Well, actually, no. I'll just kind of like fly up in the center of the room, and I will use my bonus action to shoot one of the trees that my allies have hurt.
Excellent. You zip in, because yeah, it's really just the 3 trees down below that you guys are worrying about. Most of the other trees are pretty well evenly split. Actually, 1 second, I gotta take out that tree and this tree, as the other parties are starting to split up and deal damage. So go ahead, Jim, if you want to take that attack.
Does a 15 hit?
A 15 barely misses.
It just goes through the leaves. Don't worry about it.
Boom! Like, scatters through. You think, though, like, oh, it was so close. You know you're close. But it's that, like, okay, just leaves. Brushes through.
Got a haircut.
Yeah, right. Like, you give the hedge a trim. The tree looks a little more pruned, shall we say. Jim, as you fly up and do this, you actually watch something very interesting. As on the treant's turn, Raya has run up and like jumped on the table. You see Raya turns and bursts a scrying bubble that was on the table, Jim. That I will give you for flying up here. So it's that like, oh, I flew up here, and then suddenly this random woman comes up and grabs and like attacks a scry bubble that was here.
Of course it was.
Of course it was. But again, it's chaos right now, so it's hard to tell. Like, she seems to be talking to some of the pirate lords, but it's not like so much is happening. Here we go. Jim, at the end of your turn, that will make the treant's turn. These treants are coming in to attack. Those treants were coming in to attack them. Most of you guys are fine. Again, the lost ones are officially out now, because again, they scattered quick. They were like, no, we're good. But these got attacked by the last one, so I'm just going to take them out of combat. There's no way they'll get there in time. So in which case, we're going to start zooming in just on you guys here. So here's what will happen. The first one, because one of these treats here, Mr. Incredible, definitely is going to try to break your grasp.
Yeah,
it takes an action, but it does not want to be here. So it'll be an opposed athletics. I'll say it's flat because this is more like wrestling rather than de-rooting a tree.
I never thought that I'd wrestle a tree.
You never think it, right? Like, in my lifetime. Okay, that's pretty good.
Probably wrestle with cats out of trees.
Athletics, you said?
Yeah.
28.
Oh my gosh, still beating a 23. This tree is trying so hard, rolling in your arms, and you're getting that like horrible like wood rug burn underneath your suit, you feel, but it's that he's not going anywhere. You've got him under one arm, just like crushing in. The other treant is going to come then and attack you then, Mr. Incredible. So how I'm going to rule this, because it's kind of like the grappling to use. He will, I think, have an advantage on you because you grappled something. Yeah. But that's fine. You also have him and get to attack him back. So it may not help. Not great. Okay.
Wait, the one that's being grappled?
No, the one that's not being grappled.
Oh, I was gonna say
that one, if it tried to hit you, would have disadvantage.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and I think that's a good rule. I was just confused which treant you were
Mr. Incredible, its first attack is 21, so that'll hit your AC.
Yes.
Dear Lord. The second one barely hits on your AC of 20. Gosh, that was some low rolls. So, Mr. Incredible, you will take a grand total of 32 points of damage. As these trees, they can hit. They're not fast or aggressive, but they hit hard. And so you feel that boom, 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 as whipping branches and vine just kind of hit around your eyes. That treant looking well and truly pissed. This one is definitely then going to walk forward. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's trying to hit morph, but it can't. That's the problem. It's trying to get to morph because it's not like you're the big problem for them, but they can't find Jasmine, and Jim's too far away. Man, they really want to hit you guys. Well, I guess it's gonna come at Silver, I guess, because again, Kronk has yet to act on it. You watch. Silver seems to take a bit of damage in that boom, boom, but still looks pretty well and up, if that makes sense. At which point, that end of the order, that is Kronk's turn for what we would like Kronk to do. Oh, sorry, Braxton, that's for you. Do you want Kronk to?
Sorry, I completely forgot I was playing Kronk.
No, yeah. That's why I just reminded because I'm like, oh right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess Kronk will hit one of the trees.
There's one that just came because it was trying to hit like Kronk and Silver, so there is the one that's right next.
Okay, we'll hit that one.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I need to add that together. I don't usually play Kronk. Wow, really? Does a 30 hit?
30 very well it hits.
Okay. And it doesn't really seem like we need to add any smite. Unless these go.
Yeah. They're not technically fiends. Yeah, they're just plants. A very angry
Kronk would feel a little bad about hitting an angry plant, but
it's true.
It's what needs to happen.
Demeter.
The champion.
Demeter understands the importance of weeding.
Yeah, weeding. We can hope.
I'm the gardener here.
It's a bad tree.
It's a bad one.
The niche joke in our
Kronk,
community.
I'm the gardener here.
Well, going off that damage roll, I may as well have not attacked.
Oof. Was it bad?
So that's 4, 5, 6. Plus 7, 13.
13? Gosh. It seems hurt.
Kronk felt bad.
That actually makes sense for Kronk because he's like,
yeah,
I
it
really
does.
don't want to hurt these.
Yeah, you see.
It's like a half-hearted.
Very.
It's like a get out of here.
Very Patch Corbett in that full. I'm the gardener here. I don't feel good about this. Boom, boom. Kronk just starts like wacky.
Okay, he does have one more attack.
Oh, he does. Go ahead. Yeah, roll that.
Okay.
Yeah, Kronk can hit twice.
That hits for sure. Holy crap. I rolled 2 2s and 2 1s on the last damage roll. Guess how many ones I just rolled on this one?
0. No. Oh my gosh.
So that is 4 plus 7, 11 points of damage.
He's getting worse and worse.
Like 25
Kronk's heart isn't in it. Can you blame him? You're being told to hurt the one thing you really care about. He's not gonna go all in.
It's not spinach, girl.
It's not spinach, but it's life. It's gross. It's got leaves.
It's pruning. We're pruning. He just pulls out some pruning clippers.
Portal through the portal to the realm of spinach.
Here we go. Here's what's fun. All of you watch as again trees are being taken down left and right, but Merida stands up. All of you watch as she kind of like looking at the assembled parties or people that are left, just like, right, sorry, but you best get out. Snaps her fingers, and two little wisps that appear out of the arcane magic start spewing smoke around and around and around until finally the fog of war appears. I'm going to quickly, I just realized that some of you are still lighting through the fog. Let's go ahead and
That's funny.
light through the fog off, please. Reset the fog. All of you suddenly watch as, boom, this room is completely thick fog and you can't see a thing.
I do have blind sense, though.
Yes, Jasmine has a bit of blind sense, and on your turn, there'll be light vision you'll have. So, for example, starting with Jasmine, I will bring up the brush function here. Here we go. Circle, we need a 2 banner. Jasmine, this tiny little area down here is like where you're at. But we can't even see you. You're so well hidden in the trees. What would you like to do, though?
If I can find it between remembering where stuff was and my blind sense and everything, I would like to attack the tree that is not being grappled by Mr. Incredible.
Yeah, here. I will say, if you're going over, it's something easy enough. Actually, with blind sense, with 10 feet,
Because I kind of just want her to fly me in that direction until blind sense picks it up.
Yeah, it's you head this direction, and within a second, feel it. Which I will say, yeah, blind sense, you don't have disadvantage then on the roll. Blind sense.
I was hidden, I have advantage.
Correct.
So I'm gonna whack it. Ooh, that's going to be 30? 19 plus 11? Yep, that's 30.
I have something very pointed to ask. How do you get blind sense?
It's a rogue ability.
Okay. That's why I needed to know. I had
It's
to clarify.
like a level 14 rogue. Just
I had to make sure it wasn't something else.
Yeah.
So it. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop. 30 hits this tree.
Excellent. We'll roll some damage.
It's great music.
I love this music, yeah. All the math.
41.
So
Also fire damage.
I'm not big.
How do you do this for this tree? Because these are the trees. Kronk and Mr. Krabs, everyone's already started hurting these trees. 41 fire damage doubles, because they're vulnerable. Jasmine, how do you take this tree out?
So it's that there's like fog in my eyes. I just like close them and have Carpet like fly in the direction and just like
And so
stick
you're like,
the dagger out and it
I
just
was
like
right.
catches on fire as it
I
goes through the
was right.
leaves.
All of you
It's all that just like by feel.
suddenly
That's amazing.
burning through the fog, suddenly, whoosh,
Just have this
giant
dagger
tree
out to hit
ignites
something
in
if I
flames,
could find it.
but burns so fast immediately is ignited. The fog's still up.
That's fantastic.
But so cool. Jasmine, that tree is gone. Hook is
Yes,
out
I
of the
could
initiative.
bonus action hide again. I don't know if hiding matters. though,
Right
in the
now,
darkness.
anything attacking you guys has disadvantage because of the fog cloud. Which
That means
is,
we also have disadvantage.
you guys do also have disadvantage. For example, like Morph, you're right here, and that's all you know.
I
I
know.
mean, like, so should I take my bonus action to stealth for like advantage, I guess, in the future, or like?
If you want to, yeah, because like if the fog clouds
Like,
were
does
to
it
drop
still-
or if something
yeah.
were to happen,
I guess.
yeah,
That's just 27 this time for stealth.
27. You still feel very well and hidden. As Morph, that is your turn.
Okay.
Morph, one tree just lit up in flame and immediately extinguished. You think there's 2 left.
Okay, cool. I'm going to do my free check of a history check to see where are they?
Smart.
Where do I remember?
Probably
seeing
lower DC, because as the fight goes on, it might be harder as things start
That's
moving.
a 19.
19. Morph, you have a very strong feeling. One is right here, and one is right here.
Okay. So that would I also remember that Jasmine is really close to the one at the bottom?
Actually, you think Jasmine, because Jasmine, something just attacked over here. Excuse me, and I'll make it in the alert page.
Actually, Mr.
Something
Incredible
just
was close to the one at the
caught on fire right there.
Okay, I'm gonna go do the one up top because I'm trying to think of, okay, well, Mr. Incredible and Jasmine were closest to me, so I'm gonna do a firebolt.
Excellently done.
And really quick, it is a cantrip, but I want to see if it does anything more when you're higher level. Because I think it does extra damage. Okay, so
Depending
yeah,
on your player level.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
Alright.
cantrips are nice, they scale.
That is definitely a hit. I rolled a natural 18.
But at
I have
disadvantage still. So you
That's
know where
fair.
the trees are. It's why I won't say like, ooh, you hit someone.
That's a 17 plus 11.
17 still hits.
Okay, so 4d10. This is gonna be fine.
For 10 fire damage. Jeez. This is one Kronk was also really whacking at.
11,
Yikes.
8, 27 points of fire damage.
27.
And it is ignited.
Ooh, that's gonna help. You watch as suddenly more this tree Thumbling, it
also,
startles
I
you
actually
too.
stay right where I was, so I'm less likely to get hit.
Ah,
It's got a range of
smart.
120 feet, so.
So what you watch is Morph suddenly, like, you're sitting here in this like netting, right, like way down in the corner. And Thumbling, as you're flying, you hear a tree approach and so like whoosh, it just ignites on fire next to you, which will help reveal more of this.
Yay.
Which is important to note in the fog cloud, there's holes in the floor. Because this is a poorly made place, and there's even more holes now that the treants became the wood. So it might be dangerous to walk around.
I love being able to not walk.
It's helpful to fly. Morph, excellent turn. Speaking of walking, Mr. Incredible.
Yes.
You are here. You still have the treant in your hands, which is important to know.
Yes. And there was another treant nearby, correct?
Yeah, and it's now ignited.
That's what I thought.
Because the one that you were first hitting poof, just went up in ash.
Okay. Then I have a lit target.
Yeah, I'd say that's flat. It's a
Don't
flat
hit
roll.
me.
And I think I'm going to go bonk.
Go bonk it. I think bonking it's great.
If you bonk it, will you also light the one you're holding on
I was
fire?
wondering that.
It's very possible. You're
that's
you're putting a flammable object into a flammable object, so like let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So it'd be a flat roll. So
Yeah.
because the advantage you normally would gain having grapple on this, but this it's fog, but there's fire, so it's just kind of that flat hit.
So it includes my strength and my proficiency.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not 20.
No way.
What?
Does that mean he misses
Natural
me?
20 on a natural 20 because I was gonna be pumped. It's like, ooh, maybe hit Silver or Thumbelina or no, nat 20. You expertly bring it down overhead hand, boom, into the tree.
Oh, sweet.
That's gonna be 4d10 damage, as well as some of that fire. Because again, you are igniting this treant aflame. As that one's gonna go hit as well. That morph set ablaze. 31.
By the way, can you break from the crying baby? I can't.
Mr.
cry.
Incredible, you see the one you have hit burns out as you destroy it. To which I want to ask, is there any way you want to do it?
Do I see a hole in the floor?
Well, yes, there's a hole in the floor right there.
I would just like to fill that hole.
You take it out. boom, knock it in. Flaming tree falls from view and is gone.
Can you throw your tree on the hole?
You're still holding this tree. You got 2
Is it
attacks.
still alive?
Oh, your tree, it's ignited and barely alive. It looks horribly.
I will.
I'm glad the Lorax was made by DreamWorks.
Oh, yeah.
I checked that earlier.
I
yeah.
would, in fact, have done something sneaky like that. It's DreamWorks. It's not Disney. If you want to take an attack, using the attack to hurt it while throwing it in the hole,
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
That's bad.
Ooh.
That wasn't that one.
Oof. What I will say, Mr. Incredible, especially on that one, you like throw it, and it's that like, huh, and quickly realize I probably should have put more oomph into it.
Yeah.
This
Karma
tree
came back
falls,
with a
boom.
vengeance,
So
dude.
Thumbelina, tree's like that. Oh, it's gone. Oh shoot, there's another one. Immediately back in like 2 seconds.
Is it teetering?
No, I'll say on a natural. It looks like Mr. Incredible just placed it there. To which everyone has to go, Bob, what are you doing?
Oh wait, no. Dang.
Have the ring, yeah. Mr. Incredible, though, good turn though. Getting rid of
I'll
one,
take
but it just
Yeah,
the other one's right back again.
I'll take it.
Thumbelina, that makes your turn, and you're already kind of there again in this revealed circle. What would you like to do?
So I have a question.
Hmm.
Can I bonus action extra attack that thing and cast a spell?
Like attack it with your sword
Or
and.
can I push it as an extra attack, or does it have to be a full
Yes, you can.
attack?
No, it can be extra attack. Part of your extra attack, again, when you take the attack option, spells are just, you can't take 2 spells in same turn. So,
Okay, so I can do a spell and my extra attack.
exactly.
So, okay. Can I do my, okay. Let's do this first. Do I have an idea where anything is? I probably need to roll for that.
Yeah, it like more, it's a history check of like, okay, have things moved, memory serves, who was where.
Oh, you know what is strange? That's a nat one. I have no idea where anything is.
Thumbelina, all you know is there's a lit tree, there's a hole, and Mr. Incredible who just kind of went, wait, lit.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
That changes my priorities. I'm going to cast Dancing Lights.
Ooh,
So I can
smart.
pick, if I read it correctly, I can pick 4 places within a 20-foot radius. Is that what it is?
Yes, you can. Whichever form, each light sheds dim light in a 10-foot
So I want to
radius.
do it as far as I can on that radius, just to like a 4 corners kind of feel.
Excellent. And this is gonna cut through fog because this isn't like a magical darkness. It's just fog cloud. It's just annoying. Which was kind of Meredith's point. It's like, hey, it helps us not get stabbed by pirates while leaving, and well, other stuff that happened for them.
stuff.
Other stuff.
Very
indeed.
specific
Which
reason
I will
we had to be worried about getting stabbed by
Explain
pirates.
what happens. Here we go. You combine these 4 lights. So
So I can combine them, or I can use 4 lights and put them in 4 different places. Right?
yes, and each would give a 10-foot radius.
Okay. So as far as I can within the radius, do the 4 corners as far as I can within the radius. Does that make sense?
4 corners of like your vision, or from you making 4 corners
For
around.
me making 4 corners.
Gotcha. So boom, boom, boom. So that gives you a good bunch of light there. Because that coming out from you, 10, 10, 10. You see Kronk, 10. And you know like the table is just above, like the whole, because that's passive history of like Jim flew up by the table.
Okay. So then I'm gonna move. Do the fairy lights move away from me, or do they stay where they're at? I've never
Fairy lights,
used
it's
fairy fire.
yes, bonus. It's a bonus action for your dancing lights to move them up to 6 feet to a new spot. Yes.
Okay, so I'm not gonna move them.
Yeah.
But I want to take with my bonus extra attack. I want to push that tree
Heck
Into
yeah.
the hole.
Flying around. This is Sparta. Kick it. Everything.
16 plus. It's a strength, right?
Yes.
So I have a +4 to my strength. And then am I proficient in strength as well?
With athletics, I don't think you are.
I am not normally, but I'm just double checking.
Right.
Oh, it's an athletics
does she
check?
get half her proficiency
4
bonus to
plus
everything?
3.
Yeah, yeah.
So
That's what I was
it's a
just trying.
16 plus. So that's a 23.
A 23 somehow beats a synthetic 9. Call me crazy. As boom, Thumbelina, this tree goes in, and you watch it run. like sees you as it's ignited. It's getting ready to like put the flame out. As you just, how do you want to push it? Is there any way style you want to do? One finger, Mr. Incredible. You did teeter it well. Like, yeah, it's in that one. You know your strength. You know
I just
it.
wore myself out smashing the other.
Right, like, and so Thumbly, you, boop, as falling, flames falling down through multiple stories, because again, pirates are not great architectures. In fact, you realize, like, hey, there's no, like, room underneath there. Starts going straight down, and that treant is gone. Well done, Thumbly. Excellent, excellent. To which, again, passive knowledge, you guys realize there are no more active treants near you. Here's then some important stuff that's going to happen. Jim, that makes your turn. And on your turn, I will describe what kind of happens. It's a bit of an interaction because as you are sitting there on the table, you suddenly feel a presence behind you. And turning around through this fog, there is a giant elephant standing behind you. This elephant pulls out of one pocket with his trunk, pulls out the compass, with the other pulls out like a drawing pad with like you taking the compass, and just kind of looks at you. Well done. And you watch as he gives you the compass back. Because it's more that, again, Dumbo just had to find out. It was Sam, just as a player, was like, who beat my passive perceptions to get this from me? I have to find. I know, right? So Dumbo has just been flying around this battlefield like, okay, who did it? Trying to figure it out. So Jim, that is your turn. As Dumbo just kind of like nods at you, steps backward, and is gone in the mist. Which is terrifying for an elephant to do, truly.
Oh man, that'd be horrifying.
That's
Be afraid, Jim. Be very afraid.
I've been so afraid. There are some enemies that are genuinely afraid of Dumbo. Because you're like, oh, I'm here. And suddenly an elephant's behind you with a knife. And you're like, jeez.
That's funny. Yeah, you mentioned his passive perception earlier being 29. It's like, I rolled well.
You rolled really well, which is cool. I think it's fun. And again, Dumbo gives it back. It's not like, well, all right. At which point, Jim, this is something where, again, kind of like as a party, there's no more treants here. Everyone is starting to leave. Do you all start leaving now?
What do we have to roll to know what happened?
Nothing, I will tell you.
Before we leave, are there any, like, we're on like an old ship, right?
Yeah.
So like a hull or captain's quarters that might have loot.
Ooh. Here's what I'll say.
You really want to steal from pirates?
Mr. Incredible,
Hey, I am the pirate king here.
Technically, right now, until the battle's won, Jim gets the majority share of any treasure.
That he knows about?
That he knows about.
It's a majority share. That means that there is a smaller share.
There might be a smaller share. Go ahead, Mr. Incredible. Give me a quick perception check of your own.
Oh, wait. Never mind. I remembered.
Can I make an investigation check?
Please do, yeah. And anyone who wants it, because again, it's that we're technically out of initiative is how I'm going to start ruling it, because it's that we've done what we need to do. There's no more treants. 14 or 31? 31, geez. Dirty 20. Mr. Incredible, you remember, again, the fog cloud actually sticks around for a while, that you saw over in a corner a staircase, like something kind of around here, right, that seemed to lead somewhere. And you're thinking like, hey, if this is where the pirate lords meet, and there's an upstairs, that might be...
That was my logic,
Yeah, no, I think that's good logic. Jim, here's what you realize. Jim, looking down at your feet, you are suddenly standing amongst the largest pile of gold you've ever seen in your life. I'm not talking like, oh, this is nice. Like, cascading, what was my count? I have it in my notes.
Well over a million, you
1.3 million gold pieces are beneath your feet right now, because of other parties' wild magic and shenanigans.
I am going to start scooping.
Jim, where's all the gold here? There's all the gold here.
And I will have my party members notified to help scoop.
Help scoop.
I will help scoop.
Everyone starts scooping. Here's
I turn
what you
into a
realize.
shovel or something.
Morph turns into a shovel.
Conjure another shovel.
Here's what's
Turn into a bag and
really
I'll shove the
fun.
gold into you.
Yeah.
Mr. Incredible,
And then I'll just be like,
would you
"It's
go
mine."
upstairs or would you stay with the gold down here?
I'd probably get like 2 things and then I'd go.
2 meaty scoops
Yeah.
and then head up.
Yeah.
Excellent. Here's what I will say, Mr. Incredible. Upon sneaking your way up, you realize the fog cloud doesn't go upstairs. It was kind of just for this room. Merida upcast it to help pirates not hurt friends. Coming up the stairs, what you realize is there's not a lot of people up here, and the people that are looks like these 2 rather frail old men who are sitting in front of a very large, pristine book. And when I say large, I mean the size of this table.
Whoa.
A good 4 foot by 3 foot book.
I want it just because
That they seem to be like re-inking over stuff, and you see that these men look at you and go back to writing. They don't pay you any attention.
Can I like see what are they writing on the cover or?
No, they are writing in the first page. Yeah, you go look, Mr. Incredible. The pages are old. We're talking ancient history of what you realize. Go ahead and give me a quick history check. This will kind of be fun.
Because I have a guess at what it is, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's that like metagamey guess of like I
I
think.
first was saying Book of Peace, and I'm like, that's how such a works.
What did you say it was?
History. Yeah. 15. This is a book. I will tell you the name in a second for reasons that will become apparent. What you're realizing is these are rules.
Is it the pirate code?
This may be the pirate code, right?
That's a
You're
lot
talking
bigger than I
That's what I
how
figured it
the
was.
percentages work out in terms of loot, how territory must be divided or gained. You actually realize they're not just re-inking, they're starting to make new addendums because of all the new waterways. Something you guys are very new with. The world, it didn't split or grow. Hades basically sunk a lot of empty land to make water to cut off the world. And so now it's that natural, we gotta divide evenly, right?
Yeah.
Pirates, we take our fair share.
Yeah.
And on a 15, you're not sure how old Mr. Incredible. You have a funny feeling this may predate regular kingdom recorded history.
Okay.
Oh.
Like this is like
Actually,
most
that
books
does
have a
make
certain age.
sense.
This is so old, and the amount of re-inking, right? You're trying to gauge. It's like rings on a
Are
tree.
So when they're re-inking, like there are some things like that they should be changing. They're not changing anything else.
Not at all. You actually see most of the addendums. They're not even writing in themselves. They're basically making sure there is space for like, oh, let's like rewrite this part. They're using minor cantrip stuff to make sure that like certain paragraphs are a little bit smaller. Maybe they'll like, and this was decided this day, so that there's space to write stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
And what you realize is you feel a hand on your shoulder. And suddenly realize that there is a pirate that looks rather unkempt. He looks greasy and old, gray and black dreadlocks. And as this happens, you see this man look at you and go, beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. It's like my worst pirate
I was
accent.
gonna say, you just
It is.
Give me a deception check. I mean, he kind of
Wait, what did he say?
Basically, this dude's going, beautiful, isn't it? And Mr. Grover, arr, it is. Ho, 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 ho. Am I right, fellow pirates?
You're wearing a suit
18.
of spandex.
It's enough. You see, this man, you're not sure if your deception worked or not, but he doesn't seem to be acting on it.
Is it one of the people that's writing in the book, or just
It
someone
is
else?
not. This is a new gentleman who has what seems to be a emu quill through the hat, beautiful, large, like rear admiral shaped hat, who looks at you just, We've had this codex longer than even our times. Beautiful, truly. As you see, he takes almost lovingly caresses a finger down that spine of the book and kind of like gestures the gentleman away. And you see these old frail men just kind of dodder off. As he looks at you, just curiosity get the better of oneself. Or perhaps something else they look for.
Curiosity all too often gets the better of me.
You see, he raised, like, he's missing a finger, you realize, as well as, like, adorned with jewels. There's something oddly familiar about this man. Yeah, give me a history check. It's actually not that hard of a DC, honestly.
Have you figured out who it is?
No.
You haven't?
He's not seen
Go ahead. Oh, go for it.
Oh.
History?
History.
19. I think I have.
Mr. Incredible. Take Jack Sparrow older.
I thought it
The
was-
mannerism,
I've seen-
cadence, stature, even the hairstyle. It's like an old Jack Sparrow. And you see as this man takes his hands. Not many pirates get to look upon the Codex and live. As too many think they could change it, but you're different. I've been watching you since you walked in. You're not a hero. No mask.
Right?
You're not a pirate. No hat. What are you?
That's a question that I've been asking myself as well.
As you see, flicking through the codex now, and when I say flicking through, heavy hands are lifting pages upon pages upon pages, like flicking over. You feel the wind rustle as it just blows you back, and eventually he stops very abruptly, starts putting a finger down through. It says right here, a man must have a bearing, for if he does not, he is lost to the krakens and sharks. That would take his soul. Always have a bearing, son. It helps you.
Can I conjure some rum?
Bless you. Conjure rum.
Because I can
Create-
I cast conjure rum.
I guess conjure rum. I'll say yeah. It's create food and water, and so it's like you're
yeah.
trying to combine the two into
Yeah.
like sugar, water, alcohol.
Yeah.
Which usually doesn't work for paladins. I'll say enough just in this moment of like you really focus in a battle or other scenario. There's probably checks.
Yeah.
You are able to summon this, and you see this man kind of like nods head back, just reaches in and pulls out a bottle that looks like he's just been drinking out, gives it to you.
Trade in. Yeah. Okay.
Swap rum, yeah.
Cool.
You go
Rum swap.
uncorks.
And I just want to counsel with this guy, see what he thinks.
Yeah. He is he seems to
Honestly,
be very knowledgeable.
Mr. Incredible, he might think that it looks like old Jack, but he's not gonna know what that means. He might be even asking is this Jack's dad?
Yeah, right? Like
And so he's trying to figure out does this guy know who I am? Does he anything like that?
I'll say this. The conversation stretches in for a moment. And I'll say passively, you're realizing he may not.
Okay.
As he kind of is just that general, you came for the call, who'd you come with, stuff like that. At one point he's gonna ask though, so you serve under the flag of the new Lord of the Stars.
That is correct.
And he came by this piece of eight legally.
That is correct.
And not too many adhere to codes these days. Many believe pirates to be the worst, villainous, treacherous, bastardous creatures ever to roam this earth. But they forget one thing. We're also loyal. When you have a code, You know Chakotay's. And you realize that he's gonna say something that might give you that, like, ooh, he may have incited better than I thought. And whether that's a code or an oath, it's all in the following through of the order. At which point you see he gives a curt whistle through his teeth. The two old men kind of come back, kind of like one squeezes in past you, Mr. Grable, to start they turn back to the page they're working on. As you see, he's gonna raise his rum. Not at you, just to a good voyage.
Good voyage.
As he's got to go, all pirates serve under this. If you're a pirate, you've been called by Jim Hawkins to go to war. He's got to go to his ship now.
Did I get who he's serving under, or is he flying solo?
It's more I will give you this based on looking at the code, maybe just he doesn't have an official lord.
That's what I figured.
Part of his thing though is if you're a pirate, you serve a king, if there be one. And since Jim Hawkins, so for him it's they did it. All right, I'm doing this. So even though he doesn't have a lord, this is his code. This man lives by this strict code, so he's going.
He's lawful.
He's lawful evil. Really, it's all right. Here we go. To which I will say, after a moment or 5, whatever we want to call it, however long it takes, eventually you all will find yourselves out of combat and initiative. Never again shall we see the interior of Shipwreck Cove, because Mr. Incredible, as you go here, everyone's scooping up gold.
Yeah.
All of
as
you,
I get down, I'll join them with that. But...
Yes. What you all realize after a moment or two, there does come that natural, what do we do now, if that makes sense?
Go back to the ship?
Yeah, and so, it's do we go back to the ship? Do we want to try to find anything else here? It's did Mr. Incredible already leave, or do we need to go find? So I will say it's after a moment or two, you guys, Mr. Incredible, you will be able to come back.
Yeah.
And so, perfect. Would everyone make me a round of perception checks?
Yeah, I'm so good at that.
Including Mr. Incredible. Yeah, it's.
I got a 5.
18.
Ooh,
No, wait. Yeah, 18.
Dirty 20.
14.
Here we go. We're gonna start with Jim, then Jasmine.
Wait a second.
Depending on what Thumbelina gets, yes. 35?
She's really good at
19
perception.
plus 10 plus 6.
10 plus 6?
Dear Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a plus 10 to perception. And a plus 6.
Good Lord.
I'm slightly broken when it comes to perception. It's wonderful.
Thumbelina, I'm going to tell you that what I'm about to describe to Jim and Jasmine, you've known the whole time.
Okay.
As Jim, feeling down your pockets, because all of you, it's that
Oh.
hey, do we go through? And I will even say, because it's that Shipwreck Scope, there's shops here, there's bars, there's things, okay, do we go? Do we need to buy anything? Jim, you pat your pockets down and realize the compass is gone. As well as
That.
Jasmine, you don't have the bulk of your gold. Jim, your gold. All of you realize that while you were taking gold, it's exponentially less gold than you started with. Thumbelina,
I wouldn't have taken gold then.
what you realize, Thumbelina, the gold that appeared was everyone else's gold. As Raya accidentally wild magic and put everyone's gold in one spot, and everyone went free money, and you took your back. But here's what's about to happen. Here's what's very important. As you are all realizing this, not too long after, you all watch as your wallets and bags of holding all start refilling back to the exact amount. Raya used a wish spell, undid it because she felt horrible. She's like, I don't want everyone to lose that money. So no one lost any monetary value.
Yeah.
And Jim, the compass returns back to your hand.
Wait, it does?
Yes, it does.
Wait, how?
Well, because it was Jim's, wasn't it? It's his now.
Wait, but I'm so confused.
It's by right of conquest.
So did it disappear when her chaos happened?
It disappeared in the chaos, and no one. But Jim, Raya wished it back, and so you get it back.
Okay, can I roll a? Actually, never mind. I was gonna roll a sleight of hand to see if I can hide it from the party, but I don't mind if they know.
Yeah, well, for you guys, it's like, oh, good, we have the compass again, because all of you are looking like Jim. The compass appears in your hand. All of you looking, oh, good, okay, my wallet's full. Coffers are not empty. It was pretty funny.
I'm getting out of this place.
See, for you guys, that was like a quote unquote like way easy fight of just like, let's take out some trees. For the Imagineers, it was, oh crap, all of our money's gone.
Also, Raya almost died against the stallion.
And like, so that's why Merida threw
Raya
up the
tried her
fog
best
cloud.
to get murdered.
Merida was making sure the pirates couldn't steal everyone's gold before they tried to get it back. It was a whole thing.
We had to roll so high to get Raya to not die.
Yeah, Raya almost died as she tried to help a bad guy, and the bad guy poisoned her.
Surprise, surprise.
Raya, surprise.
Okay, I'm going to explain that I captured one of the treants, and I'm currently holding a turtle, and I want to take it back to the ship.
How long will it stay in the turtle?
An hour.
We have like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Why do we want this thing that's about to sprout into a tree and that wants to murder us?
Well, if we can make it friendly, we can then use Kronk to go to the ship at any time.
Oh, I do
Support.
have G's.
Oh, yeah.
JSGs, and that's for any creature, and that would be.
That's true. And Kronk is also insanely charismatic and can talk with plants.
Between Talk with Plants and Gias, you could enchant this tree to be your friend, basically.
I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. I mean, if we did G's, it would be loyal to me.
Mhm.
That's the only catch.
Okay.
Try persuasion.
I really don't need a tree under my control. Like genuinely.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
don't-
As I said, everyone
Good.
else is looking around. We don't need Thumbelina to control more stuff.
I have an entire fairy army, guys. Do I need a tree? Of
Yeah,
course I
no.
do.
And technically, by law, I think you also own the south of Oz, so like,
Yeah,
but we're not
that
going to
is
get into
true.
that right
I do
now.
own part of
Um,
Oz.
Oh,
So
hey,
yeah,
you should
it's
call
a-
your
You
girlfriend.
are a wicked witch. I knew it.
There might be one by now.
So yeah, it's
Timer's
the
generally-
how do you want to try to make the tree your friend?
Okay. So we'll take it back to the ship, and I want to kind of take the turtle, I guess. I do have speak with animals, and it's an animal right now.
You do, yeah. It's technically an animal right now.
I will actually give that to Kronk, so Kronk can speak with the animal. Because Kronk is way more persuasive.
Kronk is hella persuasive.
And then the goal is to convince it that it could live here on the ship and like become incorporated into the prow or the main mast
Yeah.
and just exist. We will take care of it. We won't harm it. It doesn't have to go back to being just wood. And all we ask is that we're able to, use tree stride to hop through every once in a while.
Here's what's so cool. Jim, this is a smart plan. And Morph, what was exactly your
I
role?
want to roll a history check to see if I know what kind of things do treants want. Like, does he want like beautiful sunshine all the time, or does he want a little bit of shade? Like,
I'm getting full Bloodkeep vibes with how do we bribe this eagle?
that's a 26.
A 26. Here we go. Morph, trees and treants require sunlight, water, and nutrients every so often.
Do they take nutrients through the roots, or do they take it through the mouth? Like,
Yes, is the thing. Like, treants are that plant hybrid. I mean, they're not truly all plants. If they were, they wouldn't do much.
I'm gonna tell Kronk, ask what its favorite foods are and nutrients.
And here's what we'll say. Kronk will be the navigator. So what I'm going to do, I'll use Kronk's voice to translate what the tree... Yes. So what do you want to ask the treant?
I guess we should ask it how it's feeling, how it's doing. I know it's very sudden to be awoken like that, We want to have a truce with it. We want to have peace with it. Offer it a home. You know.
You see, Kronk kind of like chirp clicks or something to the turtle. Yeah. The tree says it's doing all right. Just doesn't like being a turtle. It used to be a tree, then it wasn't a tree. Now it's a tree again, and now it's a turtle. It doesn't like
Okay. Okay. As long as it promises not to attack us, I will make it no longer a turtle.
You see Kronk. Go ahead, roll that persuasion with Kronk's dice. Then, yeah.
Do we have advantage?
Yes, you do. Between the speak with the animal and everything you're doing, like you guys are playing this very safe.
This is so fun.
Tree pet.
First we have tree wrestling. Now we have tree talking.
Tree talk.
I got a
And
16.
there's the tree hugging.
16.
Yeah.
The treant. Huh. Well, that was only a 15.
Oh.
So very barely. You see, Kronk. It says all right, but if it sees fire axes, he's gonna attack us.
Fair.
Okay.
So if you want, yeah, the tree says it won't attack as long as you're not attacking it. So you can drop the spell whenever you want.
Yeah, I'll set it down and I'll drop the spell.
Excellent. You feel the turtle, once again, it becomes the acorn before the tree itself, but completely shrinking out of view and then slowly popping back up again. A full tree has appeared. As talking to the tree, kind of move it out of the way so everyone can see it. Here we go. Not sure where Jim went. Oh, I accidentally deleted Jim with the turtle. I'm like, is Jim under the turtle or is he in the turtle? Oh, there it is. The tree appears, and here's now actually what I need to ask. Does anyone speak Druidic, Elvish, or Sylvan?
I believe I speak Sylvan.
Sylvan is one of those Fey languages, technically.
I think I also speak Elvish.
I speak Elvish.
I speak Elvish.
I speak Elvish. Doesn't
No,
suppose I
I only speak Elvish.
Elvish.
Let me check real quick.
For a second, I'm like, oh, I speak anything.
I
I'm
speak
like, I'm not
Sylvan as
Rapunzel.
well. I just
Yeah,
Summit.
Yeah. Sylvan is something I'm like, I thought fairies
that
get.
Made sense. I'm like that. That's a fairy language.
It is.
Language.
So I will say then. This
I don't know if we ever went through all the languages Kronk knows, but I assume he would speak
I think
some form of those.
I think yeah, Kronk definitely I think has Elvish, having
would make
lived
sense.
in China, the
Oh,
elves.
yeah.
Let alone Sylvan. So what you realize is
Just so you know, Alicia is very upset that the tree can't stay a turtle, and she can't just have Kronk have a pet turtle. So can I at some point, probably after this, find Kronk a pet turtle?
Yes.
we gotta pick up a turtle now because Kronk just wanted the turtle. Yes, you can.
Oh, she's like,
Here's what I'll say: the treant. What you guys realize is now that it's been a turtle for a while, almost an hour, as well as coming back, its language is coming back sooner. Again, this treant, it wasn't like a normal way. Treants normally do have these languages, and so what you're realizing is it just wasn't talking before because it was literally like a necromantic come back to life treant. So this treant actually is looking much better, I will say,
much
as
more
well.
calm.
Calmer, like, yeah, it still doesn't look like happy, but not murderous rage.
Less tree in a storm.
Like, more like this kind. It's got better, like, leaves now, flowers. It's starting to look healthier just as it regrows itself. And you guys can talk to the treant, most of you, through just other languages. As you see, oh, wow. Oh, man. Thanks for not keeping me a turtle. Turtles are gross.
Oh. I'm gonna go look to see if we have strawberries in the hold, or any sort of fruit that it does not have.
Oh yeah, no, these are flower. This is a flowering tree, not fruit bearing.
Oh, thank goodness.
As you
So
see,
yeah,
this tree. Now, what was this arrangement I was hearing about?
so Kronk is going to explain what tree stride is. And we basically want to offer it to be part of the crew.
Can I roll
Part of the crew,
persuasion?
part of the ship. Here's what we're gonna do. Silver is gonna point something out, Jim. As Silver's looking at it, it's just right, Jim. Sidebar. He's gonna kind of like not like just for the tree. You guys can hear this. It's that right. You're looking at a magical, intelligent being, nonetheless, that has the certain capabilities of wood-bearing mass. Now, I'm not one of your fancy wizards or mages, but if you were to put this tree, say, in a ship with arcano technology, and you see he looks around, Maps is still here, your Warforged, and maybe we were to take Maps, and you see he kind of gestures to your piece of 8, as well as your fancy little piece of 8. We could make ourselves quite one sentient ship if you catch my drift.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Because basically, what Silver would be, it's some checks would be involved from everyone. There's something everyone would have to do. It's you're using the treant would incorporate into the wood, Maps would incorporate into the technology, and Ben Gunn's brain would be the ship, right? It's that like, and then his brain give the voice to the ship. But all of these three would combine to make a sentient ship.
Oh.
Okay.
That we asked the tree if it's okay with that before.
Oh, that's what we're
Well, yeah. That's the goal.
What the tree wanted to know. It's like, oh, be a part of this crew. So the tree's thinking it over. The tree's not like blindsided by that.
Yeah.
Okay, like, are we just gonna
Okay.
We're just discussing the logistics while it thinks it over.
Yeah,
So,
Silver's
question.
quick, like logistically, this could work.
Oh.
Yes, Jim.
1 second. Let me find what I was thinking of.
Because I'm hoping that this will, well, sweeten the deal, honestly.
Yeah, more. No, yeah, Silver. You know, Silver keeps everything stuffed. You gotta have good ingredients. You find a beautiful cacophony of many berry bush type fruits.
Perfect.
Strawberries, blueberries, schnozberries. You know, your classic Disney's berries. Everything's there, right? So yeah, and the treant seems appreciative. It's that weird, like you guys are like, plants are eating plants. Guess what? That's nature.
Okay, I had meat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Animals eat animals all the time.
Eats eat meat, plants eat plant. The treants, fun fact, are omnivores. They can also eat small animals if they want to.
Really disturbing.
It's just easier for them to chlorophyll it, right?
I was gonna say, wait, like, how would that digestive system work with full meat?
It's like Venus flytrap.
It's a Venus
yeah,
flytrap,
that's
right? It's
fair.
not pure digestive stomach. It's more
Okay.
like a juice dissolve.
see,
So
boy?
yes, Jim.
So there is a entry in the monster manual called a shield guardian.
Yes, there is.
I would like to, as part of this, with the memory bank, I want that to kind of be an extension of the ship. I would like to make a shield guardian so that basically they are connected to the ship. The ship is sentient. It's the shield guardian as well. It's like that kind of symbiotic relationship. And so whoever is piloting the ship has the benefits of the shield guardian, and the shield guardian is there to like protect it as well.
You know what I would say? I think it's literally what Silver's saying. What you would have, Jim, is a shield guardian. The only downside is the shield guardian couldn't leave the ship because it is the ship. It's like the ship can manifest a humanoid figure using the treant maps and everything anywhere it needs to on the ship, right? Like, imagine it, what's a pop culture thing that would be most applicable? Jarvis is good. Imagine like you're in a house and an AI Jarvis can pop up next to you, right? It's basically what it would be. Is like, yeah, trying to make the ship would be sentient in the form through a shield guardian that grows out of the ship as needed, right? The metal and wood and magic just kind of shapes into a humanoid to be that onboard AI.
I love that.
Cool. If the tree is willing, let's get this started.
Here we go. Go ahead. Kronk is going to make the persuasion check because the treant might say like, "Hey, I'll just."
Can I get some bardic inspiration for this?
There is one left for today, so
And we're gonna take a long rest.
yeah, it's
I don't. If you ask for it, I'll give it. I'm just letting you know it's the last one.
it's the
Cool.
last one.
Can I use it?
I just said yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you said
just
if
putting
you
out, like,
ask for it.
it's making
So I
sure
asked.
where we don't have any more bardics now today.
Yeah.
This is one of the
Let's
ways
do
that
last one.
Thumbelina is always very giving. It's one of the very few ways that she doesn't really
here we
expect
go.
anything from
Bardic is going to come. Jim, go ahead and make that persuasion roll.
Usually.
Okay, and then a D12 for the bardic.
Yep.
So thank you.
Oh, this tree.
How long does it last?
10 minutes
10 minutes,
until
Or
or
until
until
you
he
use
uses it.
Which means it's fine.
Okay. 15 plus 12.
20.
27. Yeah.
Wow. 27 definitely beats the tree. You see this treant speaking again, so Sylvan just like, a new body and a place to live is nice.
And a pirate's life for you.
Yo ho ho.
I want to know what happens when we give it alcohol.
What?
Oh, I still
Let's not.
Eat the tree
Let's not.
alcohol.
I want to offer it.
Here's what we're actually gonna do. The party. There's something everyone can do to make this ship.
Bring on those sleight of hand
Thumbelina,
checks.
this is going to be an Arcana base for you because again, Thumbelina, you and Morph are probably working more with the magic of the ship, right? The wood for the treant and the magic. Mr. Incredible, this is athletics, right? It's you and Silver are going to be doing that. Let's build. Like Silver will be doing the like artificer type stuff, but for you, it's like let's lift the metal in. Let's do stuff. Jasmine, it's a little bit of a blend. Like you and Jim, it's not so much as magic too, but Arcano tech magic. Like let's see what can magically be built and done. So Jim, if you're an Arcana check, Jasmine, I'm not entirely sure what check yours is going to be. But this is a group check where you want all your points to add up to a DC. It's not like a group pass-fail
I
like
remember
majority.
you did this once. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's not
Can
sleight
I
of hand.
can I use fabricate to give the shield guardian a laser arm?
Yes, you can.
Okay,
that's
I
a
will-
smart use to fabricate.
Okay. Laser cannon arm.
Here we go. Everyone make the roll. Silver will be making these as well. And Kronk can make an athletics or Arcana-based check as well. Okay.
All right, he can make a nature check.
Oh, nature. Nature's probably, yes, because Kronk's going to be doing the, like, let's not kill the tree when we incorporate it, right? 'Cause you
Okay,
want to
well,
make sure you
Kronk's
can-
intelligence is extremely low. So we'll see how this goes.
I thought nature was wisdom. Oh no, that's survival.
Well, yeah. So here we go. Morph, what did you get?
Does anyone have luck points?
No one
this
on this
party.
crew.
I got a nat 1, but I have a plus 11.
So 12.
Yes.
Morph, I'm going to say you have to avoid Silver so much. It's why it's in
That
that
makes
one.
sense.
Morph,
Okay, I
you are
see
like
that.
moving in. Every time Silver turns corner, you're flying to the next
Like,
room. And so it's not like, nope. Mr. Incredible, what did you get?
23.
23. Thumbelina. Oh, you're good. Jasmine.
27.
27. Jim.
35,
Good stuff. What did Kronk get?
a 7.
7.
I think I got a
9.
9. No, wait. It was 9.
Wait, Kronk can use plant growth.
Arcana?
9
Yes.
plus
Can,
6 plus
give
7.
Kronk advantage if you were to spend a
9
spell
plus
slot for
6 plus
plant growth. That's going to help here, right? Like
Plus 7 is
22.
22.
That's a 10.
10 from Kronk. Silver got decent. Again, he's having to morph. He feels uncomfy, I guess.
This is so awkward.
When you work
wrote
next to
him a letter about
5,
it, right?
12,
I did.
17,
And apparently he's still annoyed at me.
I mean,
plus 6.
I know. It's just stupid.
Oh, geez, your best friend for the longest time. You suddenly tell them never talk to me again, and they're
Or else
annoyed.
I'll be imprisoned in hell.
5,
again, the
7,
judges are both
10.
dead. I was
Yeah, but when they're back, then I'm gonna be like,
You have a wish spell.
alive.
I
Yeah.
don't anymore.
No!
What?
In
Morph did use the wish
2,000
for...
years when they reconstitute, you think you'll be around?
Actually,
might be.
I do-
Silver won't be.
I do
Here's-
have a question though about my wish spell, but it can wait.
Here's what's really cool. The grand total of all your checks is 143,
Nice.
We need.
beating the 140 needed for
My
this
gosh.
and for this advent. This is something you are all putting in so much time and effort that when you step back, Jim, placing, using that fabricate, like inserting Ben Gunn's memory into your ship. You watch as maps seems to go offline in that like powering down. He's plugged into the ship.
Oh crap.
And you watch as like Vine and Wood creep around Map's body and start incorporating, making a more fleshed out. Because Warforged have only so much movement. Now, the Vine and Wood are giving movement to this body. You watch as blank screens across map, like data lines are running through as all of you hold, and the ship hums with life.
Oh, that's so cool.
As the shield guardian that was once Map's body opens its mouth and goes, "Hey! Jim! They're coming! Jim!
Ben?
Jim!" Boom! Ben Gunn, now a giant shield guardian, crunches you upwards, Jim, in this tight hug. As you gave it Ben's mind back. I mean, it's still your piece of 8, but it's also like a memory bank. And so in making this ship a shield guardian, you have now officially, Maps is officially now Benjamin Gunn, or BEN acronym Gunn. I will tell you what that stands for later. As you now have a sentient ship.
It's amazing. I'm so happy.
As you see Ben just, wow, it's everyone. It's Morph, it's Silver, it's Jim, it's Silver, it's Jim. And then he looks, sees something new, and people.
I love that.
You see, Maps was a weird robot. Like, this Warforged was so clunky. This robot's now, like, bouncing around, like, coming up, like, giving people handshakes, right? This is a weird feeling of, like, oh, you're now sentient. What's important to note, though, Ben is moving. As he moves around, you watch, there is, like, a wood tendril, magical tendril, and just, like, a metal coil that seems to come out of his, like, back that kind of moves around his body. So, like, as he moves up the ship, suddenly it, like, is coming out a shoulder and is up in the ceiling. As he comes closer to a door frame, it, like, moves around, and the ship seems to, like, moves through to always give him sentience and life, because he can't exist outside of the ship, unfortunately. But he is a giant shield guardian that can be wherever he needs to on the ship.
Oh my
Dang.
gosh.
You're looking good, Ben.
He said, I'm looking good, you're looking good, look at you. You got facial hair, you're taller, you're not... he leans over to, like, the other... He used to be really scrangly looking.
It's true, guys. And I'm going to turn into, like, a way mocked up version of...
The 14-year-old Jim Hawkins, little mini morph. Just, he's like, you look great.
Immediately, the sullen teenager look comes back.
No,
Like,
no, I'm not. Gosh.
the hands in the pockets, like, yeah, whatever.
It's not a phase captain. It's who I am now. To which
Oh, I want to show that to Alpha.
Ben Gunn immediately starts running. He's got Map's memory bank. He's got the tree and like stuff. You see Ben just kind of, whoa! I am brimming with new commands. Did you know I can do something called fire? I hope it's a digestive thing. I've always wanted to feel what that's like.
No,
What?
I'm pretty sure it's like a gun.
Guns? Like firearms?
Like
cannons.
A lot of them.
You see Ben just, oh, I didn't know it would be cannons included. Do they come out of me?
I think at least one does.
You, like, very just like arm cyborg-esque, laser arm gun. Just, oh. Well, normally I'm not one for violence, but I am one for cutting a motherfucker when they try to kill me. So, thank you.
Here, you can shoot Mr. Incredible.
Oh, who's
No,
the
he's
Mr.
not immortal
Incredible?
anymore. You cannot do that.
He starts looking around because he's like, all right.
So he's
I'm
got
kidding, I'm
flaming
kidding.
blue hair.
Flaming blue hair, pale skin, tall.
We also call him Hades.
Oh, it's a nickname. But you see, Ben in this just well, let alone my new pieces. I've got programming. Whoa! As like eyes dart with data.
Multicolor.
Oh, a mind is a terrible thing to lose.
Oh, he's got like not just his mind. He's got so much more now.
He's kind of got like 3 separate entities. in
Exactly. But it's like when you give different processors in a computer for different things, right? Like you have the graphics card. So Maps is still in
so
here, right? Maps runs the navigation. The Treant is going to run like repairs of the ship, just that natural, like let's keep the ship together. But Ben is now this hub where looking at you, Jim, you see he goes,
Then it gets really
I'm being told that I can launch?
Yeah, the ship flies.
Well, what ship doesn't?
Okay, fair enough. Any self-respecting ship should fly.
Any self-respecting ship's gotta fly. Come on. You
We
see,
can fly. We can fly.
fly. You see, Ben though starts running, just like, would you like me to launch? Oh, you see, he turns, he looks at Silver, looks at you, just, I've got a lot. Who is Captain? There's a lot of conflicting data. Mr.
No,
Gerber raised
but
his
put the
hand.
hand down.
No.
Currently, I am Pirate King.
New data.
Yes. And Silver is acting captain.
Excellent. Acting captain, current manager, assistant first mate. He starts talking about Jim Hawkins, Jim Pleiades Hawkins, Pirate King. Excellent. You actually hear that. Okay, good. Hook successfully sneaking back on the
I
ship.
was wondering about him just now. Like,
You
when
see,
is he gonna
Hook-
be back?
He had to take the long, long way, or else you never know. Hook slipping back on the ship. You see, he goes. Technically, Junior comes in, brush himself off.
Technically junior.
Technically, you were technically named after your dad. But you see, it's not in that like, not in a bad way, but just like a well, if you're curious. You see,
Our ship is a person now.
but Ben goes, oh, takes you in both hands, Jim, like puts you really close, just like, is that him?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Like
That
pulls
is
away, his eyes
adorable.
zoot
The
zoot
last
like
I've
over to
ever-
Hook, zoot zoot like look you up and down, just
I see the resemblance.
wow. It's true what they say. The coating doesn't fall too far from the patchwork.
Okay.
Them? You know what they say. Warforged. They, thems. Of course. But yes, Hook made it back on ship. That's actually what I was just waiting for. I had to make sure that Hook didn't get something bad.
Killed.
Yeah. At which point, here's what I will say. You don't even have to be at the helm. It's important to know, with Ben at the helm, or what I say, Ben as the ship, Ben can fly the ship and keep it running without a captain, if that makes sense. Like, you don't need someone at the ship's helm, which is very nice.
That is super helpful.
But by having someone at the helm is when you get to make checks, right? The ship will then take passive stuff, or like most recent orders. It's kind of like the Meridian, right?
So
When you
you're
guys
saying we
have
have
that.
autopilot.
It's an autopilot feature, right? Ben can autopilot the ship, but if you ask Ben to do too much, he's gonna overload, right? He is still a computer. He can't do everything a human being could, right? Like bonus action, movement, action, reactions. So with the launch, would you like Silver to captain? Would you like Ben to autopilot? Or Jim, would you
Yeah,
like
so
to...
we'll have Silver captain the ship
Okay.
and set course for Magencia.
Excellently done.
Let's say I flip back to Pixie Hollow and flip back to the ship. Would I come back to my spot on the ship, or where the ship used to be, like that?
Oh, that's a very
Air.
important question, Thumbelina. You see, it would take you back to the spot. It's like the Earth movie, right? Like if you were to travel back in time, you're in the middle of space, right? But you've just made an Arcanotech ship. So the waypoint you would make to Pixie Hollow, being this magic you have worked on yourself, would bring you back to the point of the ship.
Okay.
Like motion. So like on the Meridian and on the Tiger side, you can do this. Normal ships, it is a danger because you're like, you would come back to the point in the ocean you were at. On this ship, you have a set point now.
Alright.
Because it's the tree, Ben Gunn is helping keep that magic fixed for you.
Sounds good.
So
I just wanted to ask because I don't want to like disappear and then come back and there's no shit.
Yeah,
Right.
that would be awkward.
So yes, what's gonna happen now? You guys get to start sailing back through.
I ask my 2 things first.
Yes.
Because A, one of them was going to be about, like, paranoid perception checks, but B was, like, do we want to go straight back to Magencia? Do, like, the rest of us need to start talking about armies? Like, do I need to start bringing some people from Agro? Or, like, what are all the things we need to think about before just going to Magencia?
Yeah, yes.
That's fair.
Jasmine, fair point of, like, on the way, do we do anything real quick? To which, yeah, as a party, you guys could ask that question,
But
right?
also the perception.
We should definitely pick up some armies from Agrabah.
Yes, right. Grabbing some people from Agrabah is going to be super helpful.
That was a 23 perception.
23 perception. Jasmine, yes, the ship seems very good. As well as, Ben Gunn gives you advantage.
Oh, okay.
As he sees,
Dang.
if it's on the ship,
Oh,
he
that's
can
a
see it.
27 perception.
27. Yes, Jasmine, Ben Gunn and yourself helping do that sweep through the decks. With the exception of course, there are some light demons and aliens that, Silver picked up on the way. But they're crewmates. There's no scrying though. You're not seeing any like crazy big stuff. It's just you guys. So making sure I put this out just for myself. I've heard, swing back by Agrabah to maybe grab some army stuff.
Maybe. I think it'll probably be like inside of do we want them? Because A, we don't really know what's happening with Density beyond like maybe some planning. I don't know if I'll need an army for that. B, it's that again, what are the bad guys planning? Like, is it we need to leave the bulk of people in like Agra and other countries because it'll be that spread out assaulting everywhere? Or is it that like no, there's the central location where we do want them all like the armies together?
I feel like Hades is going to go for those who are actively trying to hurt him. And so I don't feel like Agrabah is going to be attacked. So I feel like the only reason Agrabah was attacked is because we were there.
It's fair.
That's actually not a bad.
I'd also like to swing by Sumani for
Yes.
my armies as well.
I feel like
Okay.
we need to figure out where we're meeting in Magencia.
Meaning Magencia, yeah.
And I feel like when we get there, we're gonna figure out if that's where we really want to hold him off, or where we want to hold him, have the battle sequence.
Yes, it's
I
like,
feel like we're gonna have to figure out where the best place is. It might be Magencia because we're all there.
and that's probably why you're being gathered at, because it's like, this is where are we going to set our rules of engagement? What are we going to prepare? That kind of stuff.
And like, do we want people where we're having our meetings so we can then like immediately give them marching orders? Even if it is like we're going somewhere else, just like that organization.
So
If
here's
nothing else, we also want armies to be familiar with each other as allies too.
So here's what I would say. You've got two options if this will help. Because right now it is insight checks, and I don't want to call it guesswork, but tactical thinking, where right now it would be, what armies do we pick up? Where do we go? Because is there anything we can think of that Hades would go for?
Yeah.
If you go just like right to Magencia, you would have the opportunity to like meet with Arthur and maybe go back everything, but it's hard because like, well, we're there.
And then we're already here. We don't want to take another trip.
But
back.
it's like, do we send out marching orders? Because if you go to Arthur and Magencia, you're going to have a much clearer plan. Arthur is right now that point of, he has the maps and plans for you guys. So if you go there, you'll get like a more set, like, oh, now we know what we're doing.
Does somebody have like sending?
I do.
Morph has sending, yeah.
Is it like, can we sending our people back home to then say like, hey, get the armies together and we'll message you where to meet?
That's a good idea. Okay.
So
But-
we can send out those messages and then go meet with Arthur and Magencia and then send out the confirmation messages like, and this is where we want you guys to be gathered together.
When are we supposed to meet back in Magencia? Like today or tomorrow?
It was just
or-
like at our
Just
convenience.
at your convenience. Like, everyone's got stuff to do, but it's like, hey, let's convene here when we can. It's
Okay.
kind of that.
To be perfectly frank, I do believe that Hades is going to attack Magencia. I don't think us going anywhere else will influence that.
Okay.
Like, does that make sense? I don't think we can really set a place and lure him out. I think he is going to go for the capital.
So we want to be ready for his attack.
Yeah.
Magencia.
So I say I don't think there's going to be a way where we could lure him into a position that we set.
I agree with that. I think, personally, all I'll be able to gather more people to help if I personally go to Sermonic.
That's true. That's give and take, right? Like Thumbelina and Jim, like you guys have the I would say luxury as Fairy Queen, Pirate King. You could send out, like, I mean, for you, Jim, you've already told them meet in Magentia. For Mr. Incredible, it's you could get big armies if you go in person.
Yeah.
And so that would be that, like, if on the way, and I say on the way, it's like Astral Sea back in out, like stop in Magentia to do it and then head onwards towards the capital. That could be good. So that's why, yeah. But we're still talking this through. I'll write that down. That's an option.
I would like to go back to Pixie Hollow. I mean, I'll find a spot where I can come in and come out on the ship. And how long is it? If I spend a day there, how long is it here?
Pixie Hollow is actually a bit of a one-to-one, if that helps. So, like, it could be something if you're in Pixie Hollow and you guys are all doing something else. You're not
Which
like
makes sense.
we're not missing out on like crazy. Yeah, Pixie Hollow is not like Tartarus in the sense of time moves worse because Tartarus has a lot of branching planes. Pixie Hollow is better.
But it's not
yeah.
like what happens with Raya where they go into these things.
Yes, yeah. Raya for Kumandra, they have that like, oh, our time moves so much faster. A day for us is 6 seconds in the mortal plane. Yeah,
Pixie
you.
Hollow's more day to day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to go to Pixie Hollow. How long is it until we get to Magentia?
From where you're at, if you were to Astral Sea, oh, you've got Ben Gunn now, which is going to cut
We're
down
also
so
gonna
much
go to
time.
Sermonic City first.
It's an hour to get to anywhere in the mortal plane you need. Or excuse me, mortal plane in Dizania. Because using the Astral Sea, you're dipping in and out, basically that you're spending an hour to sail there now. If you were to go like stars, of course, you can't perfectly dip, and other planes takes longer. But right now, you've got a great ship for travel. So there's not a ton of like wait time, if that helps.
Okay. I was just going to say, I mean, it makes sense that Pixie Hollow is pretty much one-to-one because I had to watch a lot of those Tinkerbell movies because of my younger sister. And they take care of the seasons. And so it makes sense that once that season comes around, it's the same for them, and then they just go out and change the seasons.
But yet, Captain Hook lived.
Well, that's around
Well,
Neverland,
that's
not
Neverland.
Pixie Hollow.
Hook living around Neverland. It's also that Hook, it wasn't like time wasn't stretching for him. Time was stretching himself. It's that technically Hook's body isn't immortal. It's the fact that he just was there so long.
But
Kind of
again,
like
it
Lost
was
Boys. If
Neverland.
when the Lost Boys leave, they'll start growing up again. Like eventually Hook might start naturally aging now that he's not constantly in Neverland. It's just that, yeah, so if that helps, that's the time ratio of Pixie Hollow.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to Pixie Hollow, but I'm gonna just ask generally, how long do we anticipate having until we need to be in Magentia? Do you know what
Can
I
we
mean?
like finish those insight checks first?
Oh,
Because it's not like
Yeah, if
is,
you wanna
like
do your insight.
confirming if our plan is the best plan. Is there anything else that like I haven't thought of yet? Of like, oh, this would also be good. That type of insight of
Give
like
me
what
an
am I not
insight
thinking
check
of as
then,
well?
Jasmine. Yeah, and that's a very smart, as Sultana, it's that like, ooh, do we, is there something we're missing, right?
I just want to make sure I don't miss.
Can I do some
something.
sort of just intelligence-based check rather than insight? We're like trying to think of
a
okay, so
strategy check?
Yeah.
But I think that's still insight, because again, the
Okay.
problem with strategy is it's based so much in others.
yeah, that's fair.
Well,
I'll try doing an insight.
yeah, go for it.
I'll do terribly,
What'd
but
you get?
I did not do terribly.
22?
I got a 22 as well.
Jasmine Worf, good insight. It's I will say this, it's also, you beat the DC 21 for some of the better stuff. So not only you're realizing Magentia is obviously the place to go, kind of that, like, it's the rallying point, and almost to use the video game term, that's the save check mark before the finale. Like, before we meet for the finale, we're all going to go to Magentia at some point. But it's in a good way, though, what you're realizing. If you go to Magentia, beating a 21 on 22, the other parties probably aren't there yet. You would arrive first, which actually could be very helpful. Because again, the other parties, again, because of the settings and because of that natural when you were all talking on Sunday, everyone's still got stuff. The Imagineers are going off to do stuff. The Lost ones are heading to Tartarus, actually, fun fact, for the third layer, because you guys skipped it and it caused problems for poor Mike Wazowski. He's got to deal with stuff. So it's that, like, so on a 22, if we go first, we're the first ones there. Like, it might also help you then, because again, it gives you better insight. So it's that, it's not a downside to go, as well as with the 22, there's not a lot you're quote unquote missing besides what armies are you going to try to raise? Does Jasmine call upon Agrabah? Jim's already getting the pirates. Thumbelina's got the Fae. Mr. Incredible could go in person, get his. And Morph, you've already got an appointment with Merlin, so like that's all to happen,
Yeah,
right?
I'm wondering how long that appointment might take because I think it might be a good idea to practice using like a body again.
Yeah.
But
So
also
if you go
seeing, like,
first, you could
so
take
I'm
time
wondering,
practice.
could the way Tree Stride works, it looks like could Kronk use Tree Stride to send me to Magencia by myself, and then Kronk just pops, like it just sends me, and that's it, and you guys.
Yeah, so basically, as long as Kronk knows of a tree where we
Magencia, yeah.
want to go, he can just open up a portal. It's like Dimension Door, but you don't have to go through.
I love Tree Stride. It's amazing. I'm
It's-
just wondering, can I go by myself while you guys go do your other important things? Because there's not
Yeah.
really
That's
a lot
smart,
of ways
yeah.
for me to contribute.
And helping. Morph, you're the one with sending.
That's
So then it's
true.
you can message back to everyone and go,
Yeah.
oh, don't worry. Like,
That's
or do worry, or or
Please worry.
like, hey, I just showed up and Arthur told me that Hades is burning down
yes.
the bayou. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's that could be smart. So Kronk could send Morph ahead while you guys start gathering what you all need.
I think I will go to Pixie Hollow. I'm gonna try to make it just an hour, but there's no very, honestly,
Yeah, we
there's a lot
could
of
probably
chaos.
like take
I could
most
probably
of the
take
day,
a day
with like me
there.
spending time in Agrabah and organizing troops, then
That's
Mr.
true.
Incredible and Sumani
Sumani.
organizing troops.
That's
Like,
true.
it's gonna
We've
take us
got
most
some
of the
time.
day.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Pixie Hollow for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Just to rally troops and also unruffle some feathers.
Unruffle some feathers. I love that expression. I want to unruffle the feathers. No,
Which is
yeah.
a new
So it's like if
thing.
Morph's
I
spending
know.
the time to go to Magencia, Thumbelina going to Pixie Hollow, like getting our armies and also like smoothing things over. Mr. Incredible sounds like trying to get to Sumani, right? Drop off to do that. What I would actually say also, Jim, you might want to go to, I don't want to say Magencia sooner rather than later, but the pirates will be expecting you
Yeah.
at Magencia
that's
too.
fair.
That's something I had in my notes. I was just going to make sure to bring up.
The plan is for the ship to go to Magencia at least. We might need to stop and check some stuff out, but we're going to be quick.
Yes. At which point then?
How long would it take? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, this is good because again, it's while you're already starting to sail. It's we're having these questions of, well, what's our headings, right?
This isn't really my place, but I do have a logistical question.
Oh,
So if Mr. Incredible was in Sumani City and he wanted to get to Magencia without having to rely on a ship, he used the Incredible, but he doesn't have any charges left, how long would it take him to get to Magencia? Is it possible? Because it's water.
with no charges, it would be impossible.
That's
The
what I
Incredible
figured.
Mobile is a fast,
That's what I
automaton-based
figured,
vehicle.
yeah.
The charges are what give you that monk base. Do you actually? Fun fact: as long as you're going close to 200 miles an hour, you can usually run on water, so to speak, or like a human or base vehicle. There's a lot of science behind it. It's it's only that fast, but it's hard because again, with vehicles, sometimes you're getting like
Yeah.
too big, like it's too dense, right? Metal.
For
But-
the record, if you could just jack the heck up a snowmobile, you
Like
could
still,
do that.
but it's taking time to do it. That's what I'm saying. It's like the Incredible is fast, but that's why those buttons help because
Yeah,
it
that makes sense.
even the
Yeah,
lowest
fair
setting
enough.
it gives you a.
I don't regret using them the way that I did.
No.
Oh no, it's very much
you already
incredible
figured.
what you did. Oh, important to know, the Incredible is right now in the
Because
bay
you haven't done
doors.
Anything
Uh,
cute over
Jim, the
fingers.
Tiger's Eye has a
That's
bay
fair.
door opening, being a flying ship. The Incredible is docked in the bay right now, where you would normally keep, like, if you were stealing animals or horses, right? So the car is in the ship.
Okay. Once the car is not in the ship, or if we could drop the car off somewhere, I would like to fill that bay with grenades or bombs.
And now,
Exactly. Yeah, so that's why I was saying, because I was realizing,
I
yes,
own
for
what
tactical
Mr.
purposes,
T owns.
there is a car there right now, so you'd have to take it out.
The layer? Oh, the.
I own Big by and Large, and that is
Oh, that's right.
What?
I forgot about that.
Morph owns by and large, fun fact.
And then I-
Wait, how did that happen again?
Morph stole all the deeds
I
to this
asked if I
company.
could have it, and you
Are
guys
going
said sure.
anywhere?
I'm going to Magencia to start getting used to.
Could I have you write a letter before I go?
I'm pretty good at persuasion too.
Yeah, I know.
That's so fun.
Morph, could you have an army of employees join the fight?
I think I'm not.
Just a bunch of minimum wage workers charging into battle?
But I think technically owning the company is different from the lordship of that layer of hell.
Can I
Um,
look at the contract? That
Actually,
they
yes,
see?
please look at
I
the contract.
don't think
Well,
Make
now
there's
it's
by and
back
large
to double
superstores
lordship.
everywhere, especially in like Sumani.
Yeah, no,
What do
it's,
I
and so that's the
ask
fun thing. Is Morph a demon lord
I don't
technically,
think so.
or is it just the company, or is there like armies of?
Because
So
there would
yeah,
have been like a magic that came with
this
that.
is
like,
going to
we
be
would
called.
know.
This
do
is
I add
a
to this?
documents check. It'll be using your intelligence, but no proficiency because you're not a lawyer of any kind or inquisitive nature rogue that can insight
Can any of
paper.
us help if we're like also trying to?
Does anyone have proficiency in lawyering and paperwork?
No.
I will
yeah,
say, I mean, I'm familiar with contracts with demons.
that's
Well,
why
I
you'd be
feel
the only
like-
person to help yourself.
Yeah,
That's why you're
okay,
doing this
okay.
thing.
I've found a lot of legal loopholes for my.
There's legal loopholes.
I bet King Arthur could figure that
Arthur
out.
probably could help.
That's
The
true.
thing is, because
That's
going forward,
true.
how I think I like doing the help action is if your character has a proficiency,
Yeah.
you would naturally be able to
Wouldn't
help, right?
technically Jasmine be up there because she is a sultana?
So yes, but fun fact, there's a difference between what's the word I'm looking for? Kingdom laws versus company
Contractual.
laws.
Exactly.
Kingdom laws are actually very
Corporate
open,
rules,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Corporate
more
rules
sense.
are so tight. Like
Okay.
there's
well,
laws upon laws for even how to sign the paper, let alone like for a kingdom, like this law means that I get money in Texas, right? Like it's a very apples to
Yeah.
oranges scenario.
So
I
I
just wanna
only
make
get to
sure we
add
weren't
my
clear.
intelligence?
Yes, because more the only person that could help you is yourself.
That's fine. So I got a 22.
It's 22. Morph, you don't. Here, I will tell you this for certain.
Okay.
You are not a demon lord. Or
I
devil
knew
lord.
that. I knew
Yes,
that.
this
I'm
doesn't
okay
give you
with
any
that.
sort of lordship because what you're
Is she though?
this is what
Sorry.
Morph gets on a
You can
22.
move that onto my
The
Oh, you
lo-
sure?
the
Yeah.
layer of dis,
Uh-huh.
the second layer of hell, is the now subsidiary land of
Mhm.
by and large.
Mhm.
So
I'm not asking if I know
what
what it is.
what Tidavilius basically had done is what you're
Yeah.
realizing. It's when Despotter died or wasn't there. He, even though Despotter wasn't dead, he performed a coup, a legal coup, right?
Yeah.
To I have the majority share kind of vibe. So Morph, what you can do, you don't
do
have
wonder
any
who technically
armies.
is the-
Fun fact,
That's fine.
but you have access to everything there, including the material plane. All of those factories, all of the employees, their wages, their wages are actually in souls. Fun fact, but those are handled through the third layer of
That's true,
Monstropolis.
that's true. So I don't have to feel terrible about it.
You don't have to worry about. Again, you got people for that now.
So does she technically own the land of this?
So it's
I own
the devil lord of that layer
Uh-huh.
owns the land and the layer. Morph owns the buildings, and so like it's
She
basically
owns the property.
Morph.
Uh-huh.
You're the only person higher than you is Despotter. And why Tidavilius was so powerful is, I'm sorry, the only person higher than me is insane. Let alone before the curse. I'm great. Like I've got power now.
So, and that is one of my biggest clients, or vice versa.
Your biggest client is the material plane.
That's fair. That's fair.
People are selling their soul. Anytime a mortal goes,
I can.
oh geez, I want a demon armor that'll let me kill the man who killed my father. You have people that then pop up and go, demon armor, you say? Well, have I got a pitch for you? And so that's your big thing. Whereas you still have a hefty sum of buildings on the material plane that also give you income, right? Like if you were to ever go to a bank and say, withdraw, you can withdraw large sums of money now.
So Morph is one of the richest people in existence right now.
He
Fun
says
fact,
I'm number 4.
Morph is number 4,
Speaking of our
Gusteau is
like
number
a shield or
3,
something while we're doing
Cruella
our-
is number
Statue.
2, and Scrooge McDuck is number 1.
Just people.
The richest
Sorry,
persons
it
in this
was
entire world.
Scrooge, then DeVille,
Scrooge
then
DeVille, Gusteau actually now.
Gusteau.
As fun fact, he now has his
Sort of got
company
his
back.
company back.
Well, they are doing a lot of investigations. It's hard to prove that a spirit inhabiting a warforge is the CEO of the company.
That's fair.
It's a lot of paperwork. But for the time being, he's got access to funds. And Morph is number 4.
I'm happy with this.
Okay.
I actually think technically number 5 is now Jim because you're the Pirate King.
Uh,
But once you're not the Pirate
Okay, so
King,
we
you'll
need
like
to write this letter
not
together,
lose
but
it,
I
but
don't
it's
know
that like
exactly what
you
your
won't have
angle
access
is.
to it if that makes sense.
Don't worry, I'm the Pirate Lord of Space. I'm gonna eventually have a whole planet with a pile of gold at the center.
Excellent.
I'll call it Treasure Planet.
Ah, you punk.
Wait, what did?
Jim's
Spell
gonna
the
make
Treasure
remake
Planet.
Treasure Planet.
Nice.
Hey, it's smart. You want to hide your gold? Hide it in the core of a planet, right?
I see.
Um,
Okay.
Here we
It's
go.
impossible to access until it blows up.
Yeah, that's true. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I'll say. Morph's heading off. Thumbelina's heading off. We're dropping off Mr. Incredible. Everyone's still heading towards Jasmine, yes.
I'm assuming we're dropping me off first, right?
Yeah, or yes. You and Agrabah, then Mr. Incredible and Sumani going there. And you guys, it's that, like, bring your own way to Magencia.
You have the key. Oh, who does the key?
I have the cube, but I can give it to Jasmine.
That way you can go if you have to go down.
I mean, sure. Are you giving it to me?
Yeah, this is. I always intended to give this to you.
Yes, but
So-
you didn't do it, so
Because
it's
we
very
needed-
much that.
We needed to use it for other things, and yeah,
Yeah. Thank you.
have fun with it.
So I have to keep it now. I need to get it now.
Did we ever get a
you were
response from
beautiful
that
while you were
letter
gone.
she sent down a
Essentially
couple
a letter.
sessions ago?
Just
I
out of
don't wanna,
curiosity.
No, you
Just
haven't.
the update after the fight night. Okay.
She's
I
on
am
our.
the
Jasmine, go ahead and
person
mark
who
down. You
provides
now
all the
officially have
materials
Scheherazad's
for
cube.
all
Yes.
of your
That is the official magical items name.
And I could
Um,
really
I
use
love
your
that.
help.
Here we
Something
go.
like that, you know what I mean?
Well, we're gonna.
Yeah.
This is fun fact. We get to now roll a dice and move our mice and see who we go to first.
We
As-
also want to write a letter,
oh yes.
so
Um,
just making sure you're
Clever,
aware.
clever. Here's what we'll do because it's that fun. Like, yeah, you're splitting the party, but it's not really splitting the party when you're all immediately coming back together. Here we go.
That's what they thought in Scooby-Doo.
That's what Scooby Doo, and then the monsters came. Haven't you
But
seen
it's
Scooby Doo 2? Monsters
Always the person
Unleashed.
who tells them about the monster who's the monster, so we don't really have to go that far to investigate who it is.
Yeah, sure.
They have a pattern.
Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're re-roll things. Mr. Incredible. We're gonna start in Sumani City.
Can we write a
The
letter?
Yes. So the letter will come first.
So it sounds like the letter that I need to write, and I can roll persuasion for it. I do a lot of that lately. Is basically if Edna, when he'll explain that when Edna decides to kind of not want to cooperate, then I'll just write a letter reminding her that as the new owner of By and Large, I do provide a lot of the material for her inventory, a lot of the prime stock, and
Nice.
I also want to thank her very much for the suit she has made me and my continued interest in trying to improve upon what seems to be perfection at the moment, but somehow she always bests herself. And so I just want to try and help her to find new avenues to explore with certain experimentation or something, just like try to do all the things that she really loves. And
Well, here's what I will say. You guys know.
what is this?
I think it's Braxton.
Oh, Braxton's phone. So I was like, wait, what's that noise?
Sorry.
You're good. No, you're totally fine.
Oh, this sounds like a 50s radio.
Yeah, I was like, at first I thought it was my phone. I'm like, did I pull up another playlist? Lonnie, this is persuasion is a gift you seem to have in person. As you know the right things to say. Very clever.
Thank you. So do I
Here's-
get advantage for coming up with the right things to say?
Maybe. What I'm going to say is this: you have advantage, but there's something you have overlooked as a player.
I have?
But I will still allow the letter to be written because that's very smart.
Uh-oh, what did I overlook?
You're asking Endemode for assistance by
So-
appealing to her, just everything.
So I'm gonna just genuinely ask her, and I'm gonna have I don't know if this is kosher. I assume that she knows who Rick Dicker is, and vice versa. Do you know who Rick Dicker is?
Oh, I do. Right now, he is one of the most prominent lawyers for supers.
Yeah.
He runs Heroes Row,
Yeah.
the long stretch of like all those buildings are technically under his name. He's the one that helps run the schools. He's the head lawyer.
Yeah.
Because again, every so often you get a dude who wants to be a superhero who messes up, and they come in and say, well, we'll handle the cost, we'll foot the bill, and train him so this never happens again.
So essentially what I want to do is I want to have a meeting with Edna and him, because those are the people with the most connections to superheroes that I know.
Excellent. Please do so. And you're both going to roll. You're going to roll me persuasion, Morph getting advantage because of you, the person.
So essentially, I just want to ask them.
Well, dang.
It's got to come from you.
Them to be genuine at first, and then if Edna brings up an issue, then I'll give her the letter.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Also, the reason why we were thinking that I should write a letter, like from the owner of Biomage, is because Nick remembers that she
Mr. T.
said that she was doing business with Titavilius.
Yeah.
And so we take that to mean by and large.
That's going to be a 19 perception.
19 perception.
Or I mean,
Persuasion.
persuasion.
Persuasion. Sorry, I'm also quickly fixing fit to screen. There we go. And stretch. Sorry, my Magency map wasn't up, and I had to fix that.
I'm really worried when he says that we overlooked, or that I
I'm
overlooked as a
just
player.
curious. What
There we go. What was the number again? Sorry, I'm making sure.
19 persuasion.
Persuasion. This letter is going to obviously find its way to the right person. You're not going to get a response back besides just a sending of "meet me at my house, darling," which, yeah, it's house is an understatement. This is a beautiful mansion and costume
Her
shop.
estate.
Her estate. It is the mode estate, right? Like,
Yeah.
So meet her there.
So I'm gonna have Rick meet there, and then I'll go as well.
Giving a sending. Here we go, Mr. Incredible. This is going to be then this roleplay moment as when you write it to money, they are going to drop you off.
Yes. I'll the Credimobile. Could I have it? Actually, no.
It's in the ship. Jim also wanted you to not like get it out, but it's that like if you take the car with you, yeah, it's tough then to get to Magentia, but it will help Jim on the way. They're going to start loading up the bay doors with bombs and grenades.
Gotcha.
So it's
So
not
they're
like
gonna
it would
need it.
help.
No, get the car out. It's
Yeah.
not a will you. It's just kidding. I'm kidding.
This is not a garage.
This is not a garage.
Then I will write up in
Yeah.
style.
In
Your
style.
hair's so nice.
Excellent. Here we go.
It's really greasy.
Uh,
No, you don't know greasy hair.
It
writing up, you see the Mode Estate high on the hill. As you write up, you actually see a sleek automobile. This is one of the newer models, Mr. Incredible, that civilians don't really have access to, as it is like tinted window, silent engine. You think like if someone casts silence on the engine, right, to keep it quiet. Pulling up kind of next to you as you reach the gate, window rolls down, and you see Rick. Bob?
Rick?
Much younger man. Again, like before the events of the movies we know. Sleek black hair, smart suit. You see just, you got your message?
Thank you for coming.
As you see, he leans over as there's an Arcano bubble that kind of comes down, kind of like a scry, right? That seems to like hover in front of first Rick, then in front of you.
Is it like Edna's video camera or whatever?
It is.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
You see, though, that as this happens, eventually, magic portal disappears. What you realize, this gate is heavily trapped. Opens upwards, and you can drive in.
Okay.
As this comes in, Mr. Incredible, meeting you at the door is Edna Mode. You see, she looks like 1 million gold. She's got this like beautiful platinum shawl overneath, like smart pantsuit, lovely emerald green. It's that very slithering color of like beautiful silvery green emerald. But as you are going through, you see she looks at you just like, Robert, darling, please come in. Do not get your greasy horseshoes on the door. Wipe on the rug. You see this rug that says "Get out" with a kiss next to it for her rug, for her doormat. Walking in, beautiful. You've been here in your early days, and I'll say you get that flash. First time you were here was with Sina, when he took you as a sidekick to come get your first suit, that old blue and black.
Yeah.
As you see, she looks at Robert, what are you wearing? Ah, red is so gaudy, but you make it work.
I could make anything work if you made it.
Ah, you flatter me, Bob, and right you should, because I make the best. As Edna sits down, brings
I
in
aspire to have Edna's confidence.
Edna. She's the queen of confidence.
Right?
You see, as Rick takes a seat, you see Edna. What would you like to drink? Water, juice, wine.
Mimosa.
Excellent. You see Rick. Water, please. She summons a warforge with one wheel. Wheels out. She kind of writes down a quick request. Now, Robert, that was quite some letter you got.
Yes.
So you have a little friend who is now in charge of by and large.
That's right.
Ha! That fool Titavilius lost everything. Oh, I'm sorry, baby William. No, I'm sorry, baby.
He's good.
He's good.
Oh,
But you see, I never got along with him. But Robert, you must understand, my deal with by and large was that there was no deal. There is no leaving by and large. I do not work for them. I work for myself.
Oh, I know. But perhaps in the future we could have a partnership. Mutually benefit.
I like how you think, Robert.
I don't speak for my partner or my friend, but I'm sure that she'd be willing to meet.
Well, that sounds acceptable. And you see Rick just, Bob, I need to know why I'm here.
Yeah. We are, and I trust that nothing leaves this room.
You see, and it just, darling, you think I don't improve the highest of home security?
Can
If a butterfly farts in here, I destroy it.
Can I perceive?
Yeah, go
see
for
if
it.
there's a like a
Perceive.
Like
Yeah.
Divine sense?
what is it
that
called?
what you're
Scry.
saying?
Oh, scry, yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, just
Oh, do
divine
divine sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a good
what I'll give
idea.
you, divine sense, you're realizing Edna mode is a powerful feat.
Okay.
Powerful
that's
feat.
Cool.
Rick Digger is nothing. He's a dude.
Okay. But there's no like scrying.
There's actually a ton of scrying going on. What you realize, though, all seemingly magically connected to Edna. She's got a home security
so
system.
That makes sense.
She's a powerful sorceress who has put so much work into, technically you would call it bardic work, right, of creating super suits, but she uses her scrying and magic all in her house. It's a lair, basically, for her. Right? No one does anything here. And so you're realizing, so if anything were to look, she would immediately know. And
So
Edna will actually give
There's
you,
nothing from
Not
Kate.
against us.
please, darling, Hades and Titavilius have been looking at me for months. But I give them a peek every so often. Maybe they see me. Maybe they see a houseboy I bring over. Maybe they see a pet. I don't know.
Can't argue with that.
You see, right? Bob, me.
So-
He's a very to the point kind of guy.
I wanted to meet with both of you.
Yeah.
You may know about my recent ventures through Tartarus. We, on this plane, are in imminent danger, and I'm trying to gather as many superheroes as I can to help defend Design.
You see, Rick kind of just. It's a tall order, Bob. It's been a rough 2 years. You've done a lot for the community. I mean that. But an army of supers, that sends the wrong message. We're not an occupying force. Now, what you've done for the gnolls, the undead, and especially for those that normally don't get work, I think that's admirable. That is a good show, Bob. But asking for an army of supers. I don't want to make people look at us like we can convene like this.
I'm not going to be commanding the supers. Instead, I was considering maybe having the supers there as
A league of justice.
or council for other battalions.
And avenging, yeah, but yeah. You see, Rick kind of's not. You see, he immediately a lot of that apprehension is quelling. I'm just like, okay.
I'm not going to be commanding them.
A bunch of
I'm not going to
freelancers.
be doing any of that.
It's not a standing army, it's a one-time thing.
It's a one-time thing. Yeah, this battle is going to be the biggest battle that Desanya has ever seen.
You see, he goes, I don't doubt you, Bob. You're different than most of the people we work with. If you really believe that, I can send out a call and make some notes.
Okay.
But, case by case.
That makes sense.
You can't force anyone to come, because again, that makes us an occupying force. You see Edna just... Now, Robert, you expect them to go into battle all wishy-washy. Some of them have not come to me for years for new suits. Of course they cannot go. I would never do it. You cannot rush commission work, but if you're offering, of course. But I would never do it.
We will take anything that you're willing to offer.
I accept, Robert. Don't break my arm. Jeez, you do not have to do so much.
Your Edna's too good.
There.
Question.
Please, Rick,
So
you
great.
see, and Rick, send any supers my way. I will outfit them beautifully with all the newest fashion design.
Follow-up question for specifically Rick Dicker.
Yeah.
Does he know of any? So, as a player, I know of some,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure if Mr. Incredible or if Rick or even Edna would know of any righteous. What do they call them? Righteous vigilantes. Carry the platypus. Can possibly.
Please, can we
Big
please
Hero
bring
6.
the platypus in the finale? Compare the platypus kill Hades.
If I let a semi-aquatic egg-laying mammal of action kill the god of the dead, I would just hang up my hat as a DM. I can't allow that.
I was gonna say, I mean,
What
how do
you-
you top that?
Mr. Incredible, there is a big market for vigilantism, but actually, it's only called vigilantism, not how we would view it. There are still organizations. You see that Rick knows about it. He said it's called ALCA, Organization Without a Cool Acronym.
Okay.
There's the International Spy Agency that hires youth and teen for
Yeah.
covert operations. I can reach out to them, but that's even harder. They have their own rules and bylaws. I don't know if I could get them to be as well. Listen, Bob, I know you. And I know every man, woman, and person that works with us to defend our country, and especially defend Humani City. Now, if I ask them, they'll say yes, but I can't make that same level of request to these organizations.
If you're willing to ask, that's all I'm asking. Like I said, this is going to be the biggest battle that this army has ever seen. And whether it's a yes or a no, it's an automatic no if we don't ask.
You see, well, damn it, you're right. I mean, I wasn't saying you weren't. I'll make calls.
All right. I'll
Where do we go?
yeah, I'll be in Desanya.
Or Magentia, yeah, okay.
Magentia.
He's
Yeah.
like, I
Magentia,
hope
the
so.
country of Magentia. Yeah. I'll be in design. Good, not in Tartarus. Well, yeah,
I'll
he's
be in Magentia.
right.
And I would love to speak with anyone who is willing to call.
Send them your way. How much time we got? Hours, days, weeks?
Let's go with get them there in hours. That way we can organize our forces.
All right. I'll talk to the teleporting ones first. That will help. All right, sounds good, Bob. You see, he's already pulling out different sending stones and what looks to be arcano crystals. Like these. Again, these are not public. These are high-level messaging things that he gets. This is Secret Service level
This is
stuff.
Phil
Follow-up
Coulson.
He is. Oh, Rick Digger was the original Phil Coulson.
Yeah, like straight up. He just
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
For Rick. Have you heard anything from Simon?
Simon? Is this a joke or is this magic? Because, kid, he died. Seriously, I read
I
the
know.
file you wrote.
I was there. I'll show him the coin and just be like, I've been talking to him, and I talked to him while he was in the underworld. And then I talked to him a little while later, and it sounded like he was fresh as a lime.
So you just
I was gonna say, where on earth have you ever been?
the state of the lime has yet to be cut. But until it does, I say do not engage. Simon went rogue. We lost too many good people that day to Simon. So if we can keep him out of this, is my vote.
Okay.
He is definitely gonna have to, because again, you're giving him out. He's gonna leave because it's that you see an Edna. Well, with the knowledge, send them to Edna mode.
Yeah.
To which Edna's actually, Robert. Now I must of course be having you go, darling. I have so much to do, so much work. You've given me so much work. How could you? And she
I couldn't
wins.
go to anyone else.
And if you should ever do so, I'll send you straight to hell. I've been there, darling. I know.
And I'll start walking.
You start walking.
Here's my weird question about Mr. Incredible stuff. I don't know mechanically if this would work, like what the mechanics of the Incredible Wheel are, but what, because as it has all sorts of arcane effect and blah blah blah, while he was having this meeting, could it have been like recharging with like something that she had there, like an electric car
Like a
board?
Tesla.
Yeah, right? That's something she might have, right?
No.
That's okay.
I was like,
because
no, I refuse.
Edna, her magic is based into her wearable world.
Yeah.
To do that, you would need to like maybe try to really dig Rick for that, right? Like, do you have that kind of stuff? But even then, you've already given him so much, it would really divert what you
Yeah.
need to do, if that makes sense.
One and a
That's
half
fair, I just
more
wanted to
questions
know.
for you.
Yes,
That would've
yes,
been
yes.
awesome.
While I'm in Sumami, is there a temple to Ares?
There is not. You may have jumped the gun. As the second you walk out the door, your eyes go black.
Oh no.
And your vision fades as suddenly you are in a battlefield. And
And
please
who
give
else
me
is here?
a perception check. You've never seen this battlefield before.
This could be really good or really not, and I don't think.
I think it's
Perception
a vision.
check?
Yeah.
13.
Natural or
Adjusted.
oh dang. The battle seems familiar because it's a battleground. Ruins of different buildings or structures or vehicles.
Is this
Enemies.
From before?
This is a battlefield you've never seen before.
Oh, okay.
It's a battlefield, Mr. Incredible. Your intuitive nature. This could be a battlefield of what's to come. Because looking at this battlefield, you hear game mode. And you turn and you see Ares standing in a chariot, not quite like your own, helmet pushing back all his hair, Grecian design, flaming eyes. Looks at you just ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Good. So I got some side missions. Okay?
Okay,
You know the main goal? Kill Hades.
that's right.
Secondary goal. Minimalize casualty.
Yes.
Okay?
Minimize casualty on our side or on both sides?
Our side, kid. Come on.
Okay,
Kill every one of those SOBs until they cannot ever get up again.
that's what I figured.
Third and last mission. kill that apostate.
Oh.
Now, I do trust you, and I do follow you. I do feel like I should be given the opportunity to ask just why. He seems to be an ally.
I will let you roll a persuasion check in the
Really?
box of doom.
Okay.
Oh.
Because if you can persuade him on this could be huge. If not, this is an ordered stop asking questions.
Okay.
So here we go. We're going over to the box of doom. Cam,
What's the DC?
what's your persuasion? Because you get a buff of 4. It is a DC persuasion of 20, so you need a 16 or higher.
Oh,
That's
okay.
doable.
It's doable. That is a 19. Oh my gosh.
Excellent.
That was so close
Well
to that
done.
one. Oh my gosh.
That's so close. Yeah, I thought it was a nat 1 first. I had to check the stream too. So I'm like, was that a 1? Mr. Incredible, you ask why. See, Ares kind of just. Want to know the worst thing in War Kid? Want to take a guess at what the worst possible thing to happen in war?
Betrayal?
Exactly. When you get a soldier who stops acting like a soldier, they start acting like what they want. You can't have personal feelings in a battle. I've seen your friends. I've seen the one with the hair. Think she's gonna kill that bastard kid? Especially not when she realizes what has to be done.
So, if you don't mind me asking, and I'm not challenging you, I will do what you say.
You've already beaten the check. Yeah, there's some stuff you can get here. Yeah.
How did he betray you? Because from my perception, he seems to be a loyal paladin.
Kid broke his oath a long time ago. Snaps his fingers. You are in a place you've never seen before. Brilliant violet throne room, circular, with a throne and a lot of enemies. Like, you can tell. This, you see a dude fighting. Just him. And you see at one point he stops as wave after wave of enemy is coming up and looks at the throne behind him. Looks then towards these enemies approaching him. And with one mighty final smite, turns, hucks his sword as hard as he can, boom, splits the throne. You hear an ancient voice, like Ares, but ever so slightly not, but you know, screaming, no, as this man, swords plunge into him from every side as he slowly falls. The throne split. All of these enemies kill him as this man doesn't defend himself. Broken throne.
No.
Lets the throne break, and you watch this man die. You see, coming back, Ares is sitting here just... Listen, you're not one for history buff, and I'm not going to bore you. But we're talking ancient kingdom, long before some of your Magentian calendar. We had deals. He sought me out, tried to do his best, he broke his oath. Turned on his own country. I don't want that traitor stabbing any of you in the back. He's a worthless nothing that can never be trusted. You see deep rumblings fill your soul as you're realizing you're not on that first battlefield nor the second. The landscape has shifted finally into simple fields. Grass swaying every so often. as you see Ares is standing just you, toe to toe, man to man, just I don't trust him. And you've given me every opportunity to show you're a good soldier and a good man. So do you want to watch your friends die because of him?
Make a pretty compelling argument. How do you want me to do it?
Fast. I trust you.
Got it.
Get it done. With that, your vision ends. You take a deep breath, realizing it was that unconscious, probably not long, but just that, whoa, you're back. First steps to Edna's house. I see Edna. Ah, meetings with gods, Robert. Please, don't do it on my doorstep. Sure.
Okay.
She's not dumb. It's her lair. She knows what happens. Well, she may not have seen it, but she's like, oh, something. Edna ushers you out. And we're actually going to cut away for a
I feel
moment.
like she makes gods make appointments with her. Probably. Like
Wouldn't
at this
you?
point.
I mean,
Do you have that clout?
if she's a high enough level of
I
feat,
mean, who else
does
is gonna
have
make
that
clothes for the gods?
Jasmine,
I know, that's the thing.
we are now going to cut to Agrabah.
I know I have tons of stuff to do here. Can I grab a shield while I'm here? I'm really sick of having a 16 AC.
Yes.
Thank you.
First thing Jasmine pushes everyone out of the way to the armory.
Hang on.
An Agrabah shield, beautiful, circular, meant for quick combat. It will add 2 to your AC. You have an
Thank
AC of
you.
18.
That's nice.
Uh, Jasmine,
Not that it will help me when all the BBGs are rolling 27s.
the
but,
country
you know,
seems to be healed already. Thankfully, very, very, very light casualty. Still enough that people are shaken. Again, demons were appearing in your homes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty
But
awful.
not anymore. And you think, especially with clerics back, give it enough time, even those that were taken could be naturally resurrected or healed by the clerical temples of, Hermes, Aphrodite, and what other god do you have in Agrabah? I can't even remember. Oh, here we go. It was before my Seasons Carnival. Yeah, where's the gods?
Never where you need them.
Apollo, thank you.
I
Because
thought
it's
about-
Apollo and Hermes, light Aphrodite, but like not really big.
Agrabah, there's lots of sunshine and there's lots of theft. So
Sunshine and robbers are literal export.
these are the gods of Agrabah. That's
So
fair.
given enough time, people will be healed. Obviously people are shaken. What are you gonna try to do here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, if there are people where I show up, sort of that give reassurance where I can, but my, main goal is, find whoever, the highest ranking person or couple people in, that military structure are. So, talk
Kelly
to
and Butch?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk to them really quickly and, basically say, okay, I'm back for, a hot second. There's apocalyptic crisis that I need to be in Magencia for soon. Basically, I'm wondering who can I bring. Leave a skeleton crew here to make sure nothing goes terribly wrong, but we need...
Butch and Telly, again, they're technically generals, but it's
They're
like you give them a
generals,
day
yeah.
job so
Give
no one
them
asks
an official rank
questions.
so they have an excuse to... Yeah.
But it still is technically a rank.
And they are good at it.
they're good. Oh,
I
yeah.
trust them.
You see, Bush is just like, oh, we're ready to kill some fuckers. I'm sorry, they come for the kids? I kill them. Who do I go for? You see, Dally kind of puts down just, yes, we can give you a general army of sorts. My thought is, of course, we keep the underground patrolling streets for the time being, especially houses.
Yes.
They can slip in and out, not be seen, but still keeping the watchful eye. We won't get jumped. If you want, I'm estimating off the top of my head, 12 different battalions we could send with you. That would still leave also 2 for a general battalion for both palace and then city. We keep the underground going. How's that sound?
Sounds like a plan.
You see Bush just like, please, I beg you, let me kill someone.
Yeah, let's go kill some
I'm
people.
gonna go kill some fuckers. You see, because this half is pissed.
Yeah.
Butch would never let people know he's the biggest softie. And so Butch actually was in charge of getting the kids out of houses during the Agrabah assault
Oh,
when
yeah.
that was happening. That was his job. And so he seeing
If
these
they
scared
left the kids, they're
like yeah,
Yes.
Butch is ready to murder anyone. Like
Good.
you tell him, he'll do it.
That's her.
So yes, you'll be able to bring a large bulk of Agrabah's armies
Oh yeah.
with you. How do you want to transport? Again, there are ships. Agrabah does have ports, but you've been mostly. You don't have an official navy.
Right.
Would you want to gate it up though?
Can I gate my entire army?
If you open the gate, keep it open, and just start marching.
Yeah.
As
You
well
totally
as
could.
you. Fun fact: Dad might let you just chill in
I
his
was
lair
about to
for.
say, like, I think I'm then gonna like gate to Dad's lair for that quick waypoint of then just like hopping because we need to like go somewhere that's not the material plane so we can come back to Magencia, right?
Yes.
So that would be my stopping point of like here's where we bamf to before bamfing back to Magencia.
And here's what you know. Cubic Gate, I just have to remember what I have to roll for the recharge. Because you've expended 1, 2, 3. It gains 1d3 expended charges at dawn. So you're going to have to, well, and of course the natural time of waiting a couple hours until dawn when your armies would be mustered anyway. So I'm going to just roll to see how many charges come back to the cube. That's a 6. All 3 charges are back.
Excellent.
Because you need at least 2 to get 1 down, 1 up.
This is gonna be awesome.
That's a perfect 6. And what you know, Jasmine, of course, you're gonna need to send sendings. Bringing an occupying army into Magencia, obviously you'll be talking with Arthur, but we'll get to that in a second once we get to like Morph, Jim, and other people. When it's like when you're gonna need to talk.
Yep.
I'm just
Those
saying
armies
that's
are
gonna
heading
give
in?
your country some clout too, because your entire army has been to the 9th layer
I
of
was gonna say,
hell.
I need to like warn them before like okay, please nobody panic. We are
gonna make a
To be fair, it looks exactly like Agrabah.
Yeah.
They
You-
probably don't know any better.
That's completely fair.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Are you ready to march your armies?
Yes, and again I'll probably try to give them a quick disclaimer of like nobody panic.
I want you to roleplay that, please.
Okay.
So
Shoot, because I don't want to take the time to tell everybody the entire story, so it's like, what's the least amount of information I can give?
oh, I'm so excited for this.
This is pretty cool. I mean, all you're hearing
It
cool
would be
stuff.
very difficult to have to pull this off. Thank you all for assembling so quickly. We are in great need of your bravery. In order to get to Magencia as quickly as possible, I will be using a magical artifact to transport us through a couple of planes of existence. As my other friends, the Imagineers, and I spent some time in Tartarus, we learned a lot about these layers and found one that is safe and friendly to us. So please do not panic. The one I will take you to looks much like Agrabah, and we will only be there for a couple of minutes.
Phew! Everyone, just all soldiers at attention.
Good.
Nicely done.
Vroom, 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 vroom. Gate opens. Jasmine leading your armies through into, again, a reverse Agrabah. It's that uncanny, like, whoa, like the lineup is so cool. Marching through, you see immediately your father. In a more humanoid form, but still horned. Just, you can't open a gate here without me knowing. But pulls you into a big hug.
Do you have to say hello, father?
Yeah.
Your entire arm. I'm not speaking that loudly if you stand right there. Okay.
Some
so
of
those
the
closest are like,
some of the close, like some are like looking, and you see Butch. Get your fucking eyes for boom! Smacks him upside the head. Right, like keep marching. As you march in, you see. Bring your armies forward against Hades.
Yes.
I wish your mother could be here. I sent her to a minor demi-plane just in case they still marched here. But she should be back within the day. He's looking at your army just... These are formidable. But against the armies of the assembled hells that he has brought, it may not be enough.
I'm bringing what I can. My eyes are bringing what they can. Any assistance that
Do
you
you
can
wish
offer.
them to make a deal?
I don't don't want to order anybody to make a deal, but we could offer them the option.
You see, he goes, in ages past, the cult of Asmodeus, as it was once known, has many different benefits.
No.
Mortals under my rule gain, well, interesting things, shall I say. It has been a while. I again have spent much time not being there. But, I mean, if you were to ask, gaining loyalty, any NPC, they must acknowledge just the power of Asmodeus, but here's what. In return, they get some good stuff. Let me pull it up for you. He's got some crazy good boons he can give.
Dude, I fully recognize the power of Asmodeus.
If you recognize... I'll recognize... No, basically, he would be giving them the Eldritch Blast, or not Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast cantrip, as well as the Devil's Sight. An army of thieves that can work into...
You're asking your army to sell their souls to your father
It's something...
for Eldritch power.
For Eldritch Blast, what he says is, of course, any pact must have a price. My usual price was the destruction of their families and towns. I'm past that. I'm past that. But there must always be a price to my daughter. In return, each man must pledge themselves, I would say, as an army under you, so that this boon would only be under you. And in return, the leader of said armies must give something to me.
So are you the leader of the army?
Yes.
So you have to give
Would you give me a day a month?
Oof.
Of
I don't know.
I just thought,
Nice
of
up.
course she wanted to visit anyway.
And any day, it's hard for him because he can't. It means he
Yeah.
could visit you back.
Yeah.
It's the deal he made with grandfather.
Then
It's finally,
circumvents that deal.
it's a big
so
enough
he
deal. And again, when your soldiers are not recruited, or when they muster out, they won't have this power. It's as the powers, they will gain Eldritch Blast and Devil Sight under their Sultana. And in return, their leader must have a day a month where they spend with Asmodeus.
I'm absolutely making this deal.
And he made this deal for me.
Oh, I know. That's so sweet.
Just as much as breaking everyone, getting the
God.
supers ready, they want to. Asmodeus wants help too.
Yeah.
The armies of the free world aren't going quietly into the night.
Yeah.
As
That's
much, it takes a little bit to, as much is going to go
He just
through.
wanted to guarantee a daddy-daughter date.
Yes. I know.
And you see, he
of
very
course.
carefully
I love that.
he binds up to recognize the house of the Sultana, because your dad's also not going to make you feel uncomfortable. He's not going to out you in that sense of. It's a very though like. House of Sultana is also him. Like they're still recognizing the power of his mother, and all these soldiers. Yeah, I trust Jasmine, right? Sultana Jasmine. You get a demonic army, or an army of demonic booned people.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah!
Gosh, Justin, that is so cool.
Yeah.
Jasmine, we're going
Don't
to
take this out of context.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are going to get ready. It takes a bit of time, but again, the natural time is any of you getting ready. Mr. Incredible, by the time a super that could teleport you and the Incredible, you going down to hell, getting your army set, and we're going to roll.
So cool.
Pretty
That
freaking
is so
cool.
just emotionally
That's awesome.
I don't know if we're ready for this.
Oh.
We're going to morph.
Oh.
Morph, you arrive first in Magentia.
Oh, am I ready for this?
You
Because
see,
you tree stride.
okay, true strike on Arthur. You see Arthur with Morgana. No one else is here. You are the first to arrive for the Council for War. And you see Arthur just morph. Hello.
Hi, Arthur. King. I'm not.
It's
that
just
mean.
me. I'm the hero now.
I'm the reinforcement.
This is all we have left to
I made
protect the
myself
free world.
particularly transparent.
Everyone else is dead.
Just a morph.
Oh goodness, no.
That would be hilarious.
I'm just gonna say, hey, I just came ahead of everyone.
Oh, you're all starting to appear. Excellent.
Yes. Everyone's on their way. I think it's a safe to talk.
What?
Morgana's here.
Morgana's not here. It's just
Oh,
Arthur.
no.
Like
I thought you said it was
crazy,
before.
remember?
Never mind. Yeah.
Morgana's not doing
But
great, and so whereas she
Morph
might help for
doesn't
the finale,
necessarily
it's
know
not. She's not going to be around a lot now because of stuff.
Hey, do you know where Merlin is right now?
He told me to expect you. At this point, something interesting is going to happen. Arthur gets ascending from one Michael Wazowski.
Oh.
As you see, he opens this letter. This is good news. I will send out helping with Snow's messaging. Apparently, the lost one. Something about. It sounds like our friend Mike is a lord of a layer of hell now.
Whoa.
Yo,
That
yes!
actually legit happened.
That's
As
awesome.
Mike Wazowski, being a naturally born devil from that layer, killed Randall and took it.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool. But you see, most importantly, what he's telling Arthur, they can use Monstropolis to move armies.
So wait, is he legit a level 20?
Yeah.
So he just jumped.
The
on
only
the
reason
level.
he's not more with boons, like most things that become Devil Lords are, is he split it with souls. But I'm like, that's still so much power. You're basically becoming a CR26 creature, right? I'm like, but without a lot of the other boons. So I'm like, he jumped levels by killing the previous lord and taking the throne.
That's awesome.
So Arthur's going to start setting up. So Jasmine, everyone's going to start getting like the, hey, we have armies and we have ways to transport them.
That is really
Anywhere
good.
we
That's
need.
awesome.
Anywhere we
So
need.
that's good. For
That's why the Lost Ones also wanted to go to hell, because they're like, hey, if we can get Monstropolis back, that's major for army stuff.
Yeah.
Would the Imagineers have been told this as well?
The measures would, but remember, you're technically in that Lost Temple, which
That's right.
it's different
I
now.
was gonna say because we, like, the Imagineers have connections to certain places where we can bust our armies. So.
Yes, it's the
If you
armies
don't know,
that
that's
would be
fine.
something. It still would be some through Arthur. Arthur
That's
is invoking complete and total sovereign regent, as this is not a war of just Magentia. It's a war of Dizania. Like, he is now the commanding of. This 15-year-old kid is now in charge of the world.
What?
Right? Like,
Sorry,
ooh.
bud.
But you see, as this happens, just please though, Merlin wanted to speak with you.
Right. Okay. Is he in his tower still?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Come knock if you need to know anything else. And thank you so much,
Arthur nods. You know he will not knock. The look in his eyes. Merlin may have told him what to happen, and so he just nods.
Thank you.
Morph.
Oh gosh.
The door, the knock, everything. You seem to see it as a memory as it happens. It doesn't feel real. Entering Merlin's tower, Ivor's tower, the staircase, stone, dust and ash mark everywhere, slowly spiraling upwards to create this mess and cacophony of objects, items, and books. You see Ivor at a table.
So I do still know him as Ivor, even with what I gave up?
That's something you learn.
Thank you.
Because as he turns to you, this is something that might come out a little bit in session because of this.
That's fine.
You see everything and what you're seeing. You see that old owl he always has. You see the books that seem to ever so often switch themselves, the teapot already filling tea for you, and Morph on the table in front of you is a 9-year-old girl. Slightly brunette, curlish hair. Eyes closed in very simple Magentian clothing. And you see Merlin just... Morphy.
I go and hug him. Yes, I can.
It's that squishy little... It's not really a hug. It's more... Merlin's almost like signing love, and you just kind of get squeezed in the middle.
his beard is suffocating, and who cares?
His beard smells strongly of aspartame, lots of sulfur, and the slightest hint of mint. So it's that very like if gum and rotten eggs mixed together. It's a weird smell, but it's not bad actually.
It's his old man smell.
It's an old man smell. Merlin looks at you. You ready?
Nope. What do I do?
How much do you remember?
I know I was that once. I don't remember much after the Beholder. Before the Beholder.
What's the saddest thing right now, and Merlin is gonna get this because he cast a quick detect magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna share with him.
It's not fuzzy, it's not lost, it's gone forever. Any life you had, any name, family, anything that you may not have already maybe started to figure out is gone. As this happens, you see Merlin has tears in his eyes. Morph. We cannot choose what happens to us in this life. There is good and there is bad. There is loss, there is gain. What you have lost will be with you forever. And what you will gain will always be out of reach. But what we can do in our time here is learn and grow and become what we want and can be. It's going to gently scoop you up, more placing you reverently inside the mouth of this girl. Rather gently, you feel yourself sit, and as a moment passes, you realize Merlin didn't close the mouth, but your eyes have naturally closed, and you feel breath. True human breath. Your hands feel cold. Morph, when's the last time you felt cold? Or warm, for that matter? Breathing, seeing, smelling, starting. You never realized how much wasn't there. But if it wasn't for your beautiful intellect, you never really truly would have been able to breathe or smell or think. That so many of these emotions that you thought you had, it's like in a dream trying to feel it. All of these memories of being the morphling feel so cheap suddenly. As you feel muscle and bone and blood. Raise yourself. A grand mirror that Ivor brings over shows this little girl. And it's going to be odd for quite some time because you see her, and it's so horrifyingly hurtful not to recognize yourself. It does feel like you were placed in a stranger's body because of what you lost. But something that seems so familiar is the hair curled now beautifully bubblegum pink and a gentle hat placed upon. Morph, you have a body. As Merlin slowly helps you stand, shakily, of course, he is, for such a seemingly old man, vice-like muscle, like nothing could break him. Helping you start to walk, you feel your breathing steady as you're now teaching your body to breathe again, to blink. You feel your eyes that I need to blink, I need to see. Merlin turns to you. Morph, and you hear the words ring so much more beautifully again.
Hi. Merlin. This feels really weird.
May I? You see, Merlin's so inquisitive and wants to study this. He starts kind of poking and pulling, and it's strange. Skin taut back into place. You're corporeal. More, I think it's that you didn't realize how good it feels not to be thought held together by will. So much stress and relief flooding through nerves as Merlin slowly touches, casting subtle detect thoughts again, very, very appropriately. He's not trying to delve it, but seeing what's in your mind, making sure you're okay. And you see Merlin just, well?
Okay, first, and I'm just going to hug him as best I
The
can.
first thing you feel is this warm hug
This is so nice.
from so long ago. Triggers but no memory. And you feel that. You really do. And that's great.
Okay, I'm going to try and imagine the blob again and see if I can still shift into that.
You feel the blob, and it's hard because it's, what was I? I was thought and will, and because you had a book on the properties, uses, and changelings,
Okay.
you know better that it is the essence of a changeling. I'm not going to require checks. Morph, you feel you're Morph again. Or rather, the Morphling form. A blob, a tiny creature of your will and thought. And you realize something missing though inside is finally here. And I will say, you're still hovering.
I'm going to turn into a butterfly. If you will let me make checks.
You try to be a butterfly. And you feel the wings beating, and you look in the mirror and you realize something interesting. Butterflies are insects and animals.
Yeah.
So the closest thing you knew how to become was this beautiful fairy woman friend of yours, Thumbelina. Wings beautifully dappled, spitting image of someone you've known so well for so long. And you see, Merlin is not saying word. He is just observing. You see, books are coming. He's writing things down, letting you do this. And so you're realizing more. So insects are a no, or that like maybe it's hard. But Thumbelina, something with wings.
Okay. I'm going to try and turn into. No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna try and turn into a lizard, like a small little salamander. Can I turn into something that small?
You feel yourself slowly shrink and become what we know as kobold, a lizard person, a smaller lizard, not true lizard folk, but kobold. Morph, you're starting to this, so reptilian animals maybe no, but this is a mammalian reptilian hybrid thing that you can become. And I will say, bright pink, because when you're not truly like with Thumbelina, Thumbelina was not pink at all. It was
She's
Thumbelina.
very
It was that
much
the
vibrant in
the
my
beautiful
mind.
red auburn hair, the wings, like the dress, even down to like the subtleties of like kind of that clothing. It looked like Thumbelina. This kobold is a bright pink kobold right now.
I love that.
It's very Pokemon Ditto-esque, right? Like becoming this kind of like pinkish purple thing, right? Where it becomes
Okay.
that.
I want to try something. The thing that probably drew my eye the most at the pirate thing was probably Dumbo, because he's so big and he's a freaking elephant kind of thing.
You
Like,
feel not true elephant, but that Loxodon form.
Yeah.
Feel the boom, you hit your head. And I will say it's enough. It's not perfect. You haven't known Dumbo as well as Thumbelina. But you see, yeah, I'm an elephant with leather armor and cape and rather big ears, shall I say. And
no,
hands.
I just want to turn into bubbles. Can I turn into something that's not a creature? If
You
not,
turn into a small batch of bubbles.
and
That's more if you were able to. So
yeah, but
More?
changelings aren't supposed to. So
Changelings are not supposed to be able to turn into objects. But more, whereas you can't turn into small or large creatures or animals, objects seem appropriate.
new species of changeling here.
A new species of changeling, something that become objects.
I'm gonna turn back into myself as a
The implications of that is terrifying, but
It
it's okay.
really is.
I just want you to doppelgang a bunch of people in the final battle to confuse enemies and be like, wait, where did
That's
that come from?
insane. Morph. It seems so reflexive, which is a good thing. You feel your normal form and feel the bubbles transfigure out into your body. Merlin has been sobbing for the past who knows how long.
Oh,
As you see, he looks, you realize it has been some time. Not like a
That's
ton, it's not like
fine,
hours, but
but
it's
it's
that
okay.
naturally there's been a lot of focus and change, but Merlin has been sobbing.
You put it all together again.
You put it all together. I just puzzle pieced in. I had to kind of guesswork the liver, but look at you.
Deliver.
What happened that day?
Merlin completely closes off for a second. I wasn't there. Morph, I've been.
Where was I?
You came to me so often, asking for magic and insight, and I gave it to you freely, but that was my mistake. I gave you your gifts, and then they found you through that. I gave you magic, I unlocked your potential, and they found you because of me. The last I heard, I came back to the village, and you weren't at your parents, but they never really cared where you went, and I looked and searched,
Oh,
but
my parents were awful.
by the time I found your trail, it was too late. All I know is your magic was so beautifully powerful. It struck away those trying to harm you. But so did your body and soul, and for a time I didn't know where those were. Until it seems that the alien Flint found your soul and used it for arcane technology. Your body was found by the demons. This is all what we've now learned.
But you. So you're my family. You taught me the things that make me happiest. Ivor. I'm so grateful that you taught me and that you let me learn. And I wouldn't have met any of my friends if it hadn't been.
You see him full tears. The greatest gift of my long life has never been magic or power. It was getting to know you. Someone who taught me how to truly be human. Morph. It takes a long time, and it's emotional. You and Merlin are gonna look through the law. And that stuff we'll talk about during
That's
the
totally
hiatus
fine.
break, is the
I'm
mechanics
so
of
happy.
your thorns now.
Holy
Um,
cow!
It is something big. To which we're going to cut away to Jim Hawkins.
Hey, I'm
No.
still here.
Back to, I'm still here. But do you want a moment to be real? Or do you
I
want
get
touch
it.
things you can't feel? Anyway, Jim, sorry, that was so dumb.
That's one of the best songs ever, dude.
Jim-
Tell me.
You and Silver flying through the astral sea. Ben is now loading up the ship as any and all fireworks and explosives. Like, Silver has ordered the crew to start making grenades and bombs for napalming, or like, carpet bombing. So not just a big batch, like carefully laid to like open the bay doors and have certain ones fall out of time. So you have like charges through them, right? So you can do it multiple times or all at once if you want to. As this happens, Jim, again, it takes no time. Eventually, the skies open up and you see the beautiful city of Magentia in front of you. This is at this time, Jim, you'll get the sendings from Arthur. As again, Arthur's quickly letting everyone know, like, hey, we can transport armies through doors and layers of hell.
That's so awesome.
Like, we have gate doors to anywhere we need. To which actually, Jim, yes.
Question.
Mhm.
So I remember the chat mentioning that we have unlocked the fun times of magical fireworks.
Yes.
I would like to incorporate some stuff in with these bombs.
Yes. Here's what I will allow, because the lost ones, they're using their spell slots to do this for you guys. What I'm going to allow is you guys can like commission them, if that makes sense. Like, hey, you can make the fires. Could you make me one like this? And what I'm saying is, unless you're willing to give up spell slots of your own or have that, it's everyone will get a personal firework. But any
Okay.
again, if you have the spell to use, you get that. So it's you can have one really good firework, like a personal firework. You get to name it, make the colors, blah blah blah. To have like a bunch, you would need to commission them because it costs a lot of gold and time to do this, and that's why they're in the Monstropolis layer using demiplanes to cheat time to make these as fast as they can.
That's smart.
Okay.
It's very smart. They're
We
plain
really
smart.
need to start planning what kind of bombs.
So,
So,
Jim, what would you
I-
like to try to make?
Well, in that case, I would like to just grab one of the pistols from the armory and modify it so that it could shoot a counterspell bullet, or I guess a little counterspell firework.
Yeah, definitely. Putting like, shrinking, so it's not like a full firework, but it's like a counterspell bullet, to, like an improved counterspell, right? Like giving you more range. Heck yeah.
I do have a couple level 3 levels, so if I can make more than one.
I will see you, especially because all you guys before the big meeting are gonna get that long rest in, so you could plug in your level 3s to make a couple of those bullets.
Okay. I guess, should I roll to see how many? Because
Yeah, go ahead, roll me. You'll use your intelligence modifier, and I'll say your proficiency because you have that firearm.
an
it'll be
Arcana?
using-
Arcana check?
yes, it's an Arcana thing because you're making magic bolts. Yes, Arcana.
Okay. Well, in that case, I have 3 level 3 slots.
It's more, would you get above that is what I'm saying. Like 3
Okay.
might be the minimum. It's could you like using downtime stuff, like how much could you make?
Okay. I got a 27.
Woo, 27 beats the let's see, 15, 20, 25, yeah. 3 above. Jim, you can make 6 bullets total.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Now, these bullets aren't really made for damaging, but reactionary things that this certain pistol, you whip it out and you'll have a much greater range to counterspell things. And they'll be that base level 3, but again, you can roll to cast them higher, kind of like a normal counterspell. That's always important to know. Jim,
I'll just write counterspell revolver.
yes, I will help make the cards and stuff so you'll have something physical that you can like mark off. As you're getting closer, something actually interesting to note. Approaching the city, you actually see that sirens seem to be going off in the ports. And as you fly forward, you immediately see a Arcano, like very small. It's nowhere close to the technology of your ship, but it's kind of like a mini blimp, like a hot air balloon almost, is coming towards the Tiger's Eye. You hear Ben Gunn actually just like, all right, Jimmy, we got enemies off our port. You want me to blow them to Kingdom Come?
They're not enemies. Let's say hi.
Oh, I do love saying hi. Immediately, like, you hear cannon fizzing down below, immediately stop as Ben stops the cannon fire.
I'm imagining like the Iron Giant when he goes like evil mode and then turns back.
Just like, all right, cool. Yes, you watch the blimp hovers up. You see, interestingly, what seems to be a couple Magentian guard with a man with blonde hair, breastplate, musket at his side. My man John Smith. Has come to grief because you see approaching.
Question.
Yes, question.
As a Knight of Desanya, do I outrank him?
He's also a knight of design.
Technically, he's a Knight of Design because Arthur knighted him specifically to be the admiral of the fleets they're making now. Again, when the world became water, John Smith became the quote-unquote admiral. So you're on the, but that's what he knows. John Smith.
Pirate King isn't enough for you?
He's got his musket. It's actually strapped across his back.
I'm Admiral of Desanya. I'm Pirate King.
The legal version of
He's
you.
the Chad version. No, yeah. Basically, what you realize is John Smith doesn't have his gun out at all. Like, he's not aggroed. He's not angry. You see the knights next to him do have, like, halberds pointed. Because, of course, a lot of your crew, like these aliens, have pistols out. Everything. As you approach, you see John. Hello. Now hold. Peace.
Sorry,
We need peace.
They don't do well around cops or the like.
Understandable. We'll be okay. Listen, we have a lot of pirates coming out of our northern waters right now. So can you explain to me? Someone said to look for someone named Jim Hawkins. They had approval. Listen, John Smith, member of the Imagineers. Arthur's told me about you guys. Are they okay? I can't allow them, of course, the pirates to enter port.
Of course.
You see,
they're here to help.
You see, he actually grabs the map. I'm moving the map so you can see. There's a small kind of like island off of the southeast of Magentia. They says, if you would like, I can have them go there. Have a place for the ships. We'll send water refueling and supplies to them. And under strict, you see John Smith. John Smith is a very, not like big cop, but in that very like, I do have to make sure we have an escorted armed officer with each of these pirate lords that we'll be bringing into the capital city.
That is completely fair. It probably won't do anything, but that is fair.
Oh, yeah. And you see he nods. He's like, I know, but it'll make people feel better. So what's going to happen? Yes, your fleet will get to dock at the island, right? Something that it's not technically mainland Magentia, but enough that shuttling and water and supplies can immediately go. John is going to escort you because after a moment you see another very small airship. Fun fact, it's one out of 3 that exist. John's got one, there's one that's kept at the capital, and there's one that's in the observatory where Merlin makes it. In this small air balloon, like you, I would actually ask, out of everyone on the ship, Hook is with you, as well as Silver. Ben Gunn obviously can't leave the ship. Is there anyone you would want with you brought to the capital?
Not really.
Okay. In which case, yeah, Silver will stay and be acting captain. Hook will stay and be technically now acting first mate since he's one of those pirate lords, but he's not going to overstep. Kronk will come with you, of course. We're saying personal bodyguard. In which case, Jim, They're going to go.
Well, doesn't Hook have to come because he is a pirate lord?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, yes, yes. Why was I saying? I was thinking Hook as a dad, not as a pirate lord. I was like, oh, he's not going to overstep
He's a
Jim,
dad
right? That'd be
first.
so much to come. Yeah, no, he is a pirate lord. He has to come.
That was funny.
What you will see then is finding place. There is actually now a skyport walkway at the central tower that no ship seems to be parked at. Again, Silver is taking the Tiger's Eye over to the Armada to like basically say like, okay, let's start getting ready. Like, okay, what ships are best? What cannons can be outfitted where? That kind of stuff. But as you and the other pirate lords arrive, again, realizing that Stallion and Lady Kane, these two women, are looking at you with murderous intent. But again, boy howdy, they would have bigger enemies if they were to ever disobey you. And you also see that Don Carnage, Dread Pirate Roberts, and Mistress Ching are also here. The only person not here is Barbosa, who, what you will quickly realize, Jim, Arthur is going to let you know, Barbosa is helping the Lost Ones in Hell and has given proxy to you as Pirate King. Like, if Barbosa, the only real ship he has is the Meridian, and it's not even technically his ship, it's a group ship, so it's just like that. That's what I got. Hope that helps.
It's not their ship.
It's technically not even their ship, but Tiger Lily is, anyway. Jim,
Our ship's the best ship.
oh
Just
yeah,
saying.
I mean the Tiger's Eye is now a fully sentient ship. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Entering
We
in,
need 2 ships, though.
Arthur has arranged, there are chairs for everyone, like servants will bring in like general food and drink. And you see Arthur like asks you to sit next to him while all the rest of the pirate lords are kind of around this seemingly circular table. As sitting there,
Can I use minor illusion to have a crown similar to to the king, but
yeah.
like tilted?
Arthur's got it's almost more of that like beautiful little like circlet crown, right? It's very like simple. He's got a bigger one he can wear, but this is like okay, when you need to be a king.
Everyday.
I don't want to wear a big old honking gold crown on my head every day. Yes,
Mine is like a bigger gold crown.
and it's almost that like slightly tricornerish, like jeweled, like it looks really piratey and cool, but again, at the angle, it's not meant to be big. As you're seeing it, you see the pirate lords are all looking at you, and Arthur actually turns and says, well, Captain Hawkins, as sovereign regent of Magentia, I cannot express enough thanks for your willingness to defend our world. In return for this, I of course offer berth, food, and water to all these ships, as well as I am willing to offer light pardons and other accommodation for these pirates that help us. You actually see a couple of the pirates, not the ones obviously that hate you, but like Don Carnage, Mr. String, they seem interested. They're like, hell yeah, we'll take light accommodative pardons, right? Like
Carnage gets nothing because Jasmine is gonna murder him.
Don Carnage is going to die. But Arthur turns to you, Jim,
he's
and saying, with this being given you,
I freaking love Don Carnage.
Don Carnage is the coolest in my mind. He's a cool pirate lord. He turns to you, Jim. Arthur's just going to go, what is our plan of attack for the sea? How do we wish... because Arthur's going to show you the map of Magentia, and basically... Or, excuse me, of Dizania, and just go, as far as we know, Hades has put his armies all across the world. We know that there are major gatherings in places like the Bayou, as well as there were the majority of armies in the Fantaldan nations, like Corona, Zootopia, and Equus, before the world was returned to order thanks to your efforts. Using the royal your efforts, of course, because that was Kronk and Jasmine. So you see, he just says, what do you feel would be the best at this time?
So, okay. As far as anything Hades has in ways of a navy, do we know anything about that? Anything that might happen or play out?
I actually realized the other pirate lords can kind of give you a little insight. The navy that quote unquote Hades would have would be Flint's armada, because Flint has been slowly amassing ships. But the problem is, Flint has always and will ever be the most notoriously secretive pirate. No one really even knew what his piece of eight looked like, for heaven's sakes. So it's that, like, everyone else is like, oh, we know he's got ships. Like, he bartered with us, or we know he stole some stuff. Like, even Arthur would say, like, some of those early ships they know Flint picked off. And so I'm going to roll a quick kind of luck-based history check to see how many, like, ballpark. Oh, that's pretty good. You're thinking upwards of 20 ships. Like, warships, things that are outfitted with cannons, meant to ram. In terms of the Pirates Armada, though, with half of everyone's ship being ordered, yeah, you kind of unfortunately don't luck out with like Barbossa and Hook, who don't have ships really right now. But even among the other more integrated pirate lords, you are looking at a grand total of close to 35 different warships. Things that are insanely good for naval combat.
Now,
yes.
Don Carnage, though, does what does his ships look like? Because
Don Carnage has been slowly experimenting with a bit of airship. So his ship, unlike the Tiger's Eye, is not perfectly outfitted for sky travel, let alone star. His is, it does have the capability for a certain amount of hours a day to be in the sky. It's something that, it's why he was able to take over the previous Lord Jiao Feng, one of Barbossa's old friends, because he got a ship that 8 hours of the day can be in the air and was able to ambush, right? So Don Carnage can have that, but it's that 8 hours versus then he has to make port somewhere because you got to do a lot of magic refueling stuff to get it ready again. It's a charge-based.
Okay.
Beyond that, Mistress Ching has her base. Lady Kane and Stallion has kind of basic ships. The Dread Pirate Roberts actually only has one big ship, but it's a rather impressive ship, shall I say. As well as, so like the bulk of the ships actually are coming from people that aren't your friends. Like Stallion and Lady Kane, they're the ones offering the most of these ships.
Awesome. They're going to be on patrol around Magencia.
Yes. They'll patrol the waters around Magencia. Got it. I'll make a note of this.
That is
So you mentioned the Bayou being where the most of Hades' forces is.
Yes. That's where the most were. Like the Imagineers, it almost cost them their lives, got that information out of Hades was basing his armies in the Bayou. Because it's smart, right? Especially if you get to use doors. Like, for the longest time, using the Bayou, we can sit in the Bayou. It would take people days to find us. And when we need to leave, we can leave almost instantly.
What I want is I want to send patrols out.
Yes.
First of all, I want to get my crew to outfit Don Carnage's ship as much as possible, make it more skyworthy.
Yes. Really beefing up that sky-based ship.
So I want to get that in as much. I want to get that ship as skyworthy as possible.
Yeah, get it up.
And I want that ship
And then I murder him later.
to go and patrol the Bayou from the
He
air.
might get destroyed in the
Oh,
canal.
that's smart.
Darn.
Yes. Jim, sending your pirate crew outfit Don Carnage's stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
As
this is the start
you
of my
could, yeah,
navy.
being able to patrol from the sky, that's really gonna help Don Carnage. So
And then I assume I have a couple like solar sailboats.
yeah, you do.
Okay, I would like to get those on his ship as well.
Smart, right? It's not only using the tech, as again, for the longest time, Flint could have outfitted everyone millennia ago. But again, the dude doesn't talk to people. So yes, using some of this solar tech, you're gonna almost instantly beef up Don Carnage as well as any other of your pirate allies in getting this going.
I'm gonna make it very clear to Don Carnage that if he gives this tech to any of the other pirates, he will be killed.
Oh, you see, it just. I would expect nothing less, Captain Hawkins. Oh yeah, he knows how pirates work. If I spill the beans, I get murdered. So here's what I will say then, Jim. The only other person, quote unquote, not accounted for is the Dread Pirate Roberts. You see, this woman, again, she always has a mask on. You don't know her identity, so it's kind of tough. But she's got a big outfitted ship. She's one of those. She doesn't need an armada because her ship alone is this armada. Like, no one has ever gone toe to toe with the ship and won.
I could.
Yeah, like yet is the key word.
Okay. What do I want that ship to do? We don't need it to ferry armies. We don't. Okay. Those islands near the center of the map.
Yes.
Do we have any intel on them?
Nah. These are brand new. When Hades messed up the world, they're still being discovered, right? Like islands like England, Scotland, Italy that already technically were there are okay. All those islands are brand new, basically.
Okay. I want that ship to go and patrol those islands, but be ready to get back to Magentia on a turn of just as soon as possible.
Yes. Very clever. As something you would not have known, that is where the Dread Pirate Roberts has started staking bigger and bigger claim. She was already like lord over the Euro Sea, like Scotland and England. So this is already a place where she's been wanting to sail. So this will be helpful.
Okay. What worries me about there is we don't have any information.
Exactly. Oh, important to note, Mistress Ching also has her armada. These elven Chinese boats. Where would you like her? Because she could go with Cane and Stallion's ships around Magentia in terms of patrol. Because that is
Does
more.
She like me?
Yeah, she's one of those like Don Carnage. It's that like, well, you're the king, I guess. Like, okay. I'm down not to get murdered by Hades and would rather help.
I want half of her fleet that is currently here patrolling with the other people.
Okay.
And then I want her to go out and scout around or kind of patrol around near Sumani City. Just make sure things are safe there.
Smart. Yeah.
And question for the king, for Arthur.
Yeah.
Are we keeping the civilians in the city?
UC says, for now, yes. We do have, we used to have the Asmarians here as a full force. Currently, the Asmarians are back protecting Neverland at the request of the ferry crew. So right now, most civilians are Magentia. UC says, simply because we don't have a way to get them up. The Royal Navy that Arthur's putting together is still in such infancy. There's no way to mass evacuate Magentia at all. Like it would take so long and so much man hours and money that they haven't been able to evacuate. So it's been that we had the Asmarians here for a bit to help us base prep, but right now they're gone.
Okay, but now we have the fourth layer of hell.
Yes, right.
So we could get the citizens out that way.
That's not a bad idea.
In fact, it would probably be best for them to go.
It's at the cost of not immediately moving troops. Moving civilians first is a great tactical plan.
That's a smart idea.
Like immediately saying, all right, Monstropolis, any of these people, just anywhere else, basically. Like right now, the best place to put them is Sumani. Sumani always has room. Like it is an ever-growing city. You could probably, within a day, get the majority of Magentia out to Sumani.
Okay.
That's pretty
and
good.
Then in that case, I will have the majority of that last woman's fleet patrolling Sumani City.
Yes, since that's basically all the people there. Majority patrolling Sumani. Excellent. That's so cool. Jim, you're giving out these orders, and you see at the end of this, Hook kind of leans forward, just, Captain Hawkins, I personally do not have a ship. Could I offer my services piloting a ship here? Well,
Oh,
Is that, yeah, he really
Okay.
got
as you see, he goes,
I don't know what he's implying there.
he'll elaborate. I have seen what seems to be a rather impressive ship that may have once belonged to the previous Lord of the Stars. That, if you were to ask me to help commandeer this other ship that was once Flint's, I would be more than happy to.
Okay, so question: does he mean my current ship, the
He's
Tiger's Eye,
talking
or
about
the
other
old?
Imagineer's ship.
He's talking about the other Imagineer ship when they killed Flint. What was the Walrus is now the Lion's Revenge.
They're just
Oh,
playing.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Books, basically, guys, and you see finally, and this is where you hear a loud clatter of a bottle, and everyone kind of turns. You forgot Jack Sparrow was there because he likes staying in the corner, and you see Jack Sparrow as Don Carter. Yes, what would the most famous Sparrow like to do in this upcoming battle? And you see the stallion just. Perhaps Sparrow would like to run his tiny little feathers away from the fight. And you see Jack. Very much so, actually. That's a wonderful idea, Captain Hawkins. I will gladly leave. But no, Jim, it's the what's going to become of the Pearl?
Okay, so he has a ship.
Yes, Jack Sparrow, the Imagineers helped Jack have the Pearl. Because that was something that was taken. So Jack has the Pearl. But it's that, like, he's been very quiet.
Well, he. I want to mend bridges here,
Okay.
but I don't know.
What I will say is, again, whether Jack gives up this information or anyone else, the Pearl is the fastest ship, period. It is able to sail so well that it's not even Flint could catch it. And part of this is in due to the pact that Jack made with Davy Jones, but it's something where Jack has a crew. He has Pinto, Rigetti, Mr. Gibbs, some of these old pirates. So he's got a crew, he's got a ship, and if you need something for speed, as well as the Pearl can get in the Astral Sea, you remember actually, way back to the Pirate One shot, the Pearl is also outfitted for flight if needs be. It's not great in the sky, never has been, but it's possible.
Didn't I crash the Pearl into another ship?
You did. It was limping
yeah, that
for
was
a while.
fun.
It's just
That was
now
fun.
getting back up.
Okay. Well,
So-
if it's capable of flight, then I want it to go with Don Carnage.
Excellent. Don Carnage, you see, Jack will take that. We patrol the bayou, make sure there's no scaly lizards in there, and if there are big old demons, we just tell you. Yeah, it's that. Well,
I need you to send word to me, but I also need you and Don Carnage to slow down the armies as much as possible.
you see, Jack.
Fabian tactics. Don't truly engage, but disrupt and annoy, as you are best at.
You see, Jack goes. The most ancient of pirate positions and traditions. We fight to run away. As Jack is okay with this, Jim, Jack's actually going to take you aside. There's a lot of talking as Arthur and other royal couriers are making ship markers to put on this map. Jack is going to take you aside, and this is what's very interesting. He says, Jack, listen, Hawkins. I know that you're a novice pirate and you haven't had much experience in this. Kind of gestures toward all these pirates. Already Don Carnage has punched a pirate and people are arguing. So you see, I can honestly say, you know half bad. You know what you're doing, and you don't always fail, mate. Jack pulls out of his pocket the compass and goes, I think this will help you here.
What the flip, man? Did you do the thing that Dumbo suggested?
Jim, you already have the compass in your pocket.
Do you remember?
Okay.
Jack, and you realize you can give me an insight check, but Jack seems very genuine. It's that very genuine, like, no, here's the guy, like, hey, I'm sorry, I want bygones, but basically he's trying to mend that bridge too of like, listen, I don't need the compass, so like, here, take this.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold it. Does it work?
You hold it.
Well,
yeah, it's that immediate like, I really want a chair. It points to, oh, I really want my ship. It points to, like, this isn't fake. It seems to be reacting immediately to touch.
was mine working?
Yes.
Interesting.
I can't believe
I
Dude.
could have two.
Raya may or may not have used a wish spell that kind of screwed with the world. Because when you wish for things to undo, and if people take the compass has a bit of gold inlay, right? It's a nice compass. And so when she wishes for the golden objects to be returned to their owners, if 3 different people consider the compass theirs,
Wait, who else considers this compass theirs?
Dumbo thinks he took the compass from you. Jack thinks he has the compass back from Dumbo, and you thought you got the compass back.
What?
Just don't be a
Okay.
dick. The dude is
Consequences. I think it was funny.
What's the kickback from this, though?
You don't know yet. That is
Oh,
a.
no.
I should explain. This is something for teasers for other campaigns I may run one day. It's just that fun, like Jim. It's that Sparrow was gonna like, hey, let's mend a bridge. It's like, but wait. Hey, listen, man.
I haven't pulled out mine.
Oh yeah, no. But that's what I'm saying is for you, Jim. It's that this is a working compass that Sparrow's trying to give me. That's exactly like the one I have. It's mine. Like, there's no difference. It seems like the exact same compass.
I will take it and be like, that's really thoughtful, Jack. I respect you. And I will put the compass in my bag.
You should give it back, you turd.
Alrighty.
The less of these things rolling around the world, the better.
That's pretty fair. But now there's 3 compasses. Maybe Jack will get one back
He's
one
like,
day.
cool. Now we have two
Technically,
compasses.
Dumbo still thinks he's going to return his compass to Jack one day, so you never know.
Oh
Basically-
man, that's wild. I'm trying to think of who would want this or who would need this more than I do.
Yeah, because it's like, well, I have one, so if there's a second, Jack maybe shouldn't have it. He is still a pirate.
I really don't think Jack should have this because it's going to go into so many different hands.
And as the last cutaway, last but not least, it took long enough. As the pirates sail out, Thumbelina, it is time for some fairies.
Here we go.
As you are in Pixie Hollow, the first to greet you, of course, is Ravenwing. Ravenwing greets you, just a decided win, my lady, for the Fairy Kingdom. I do believe that even your most avid of protesters thoroughly enjoyed the ability to fight demons.
Pretty good feeling.
Pretty good feeling. What is your current order?
Well, we are meeting in Magencia right now. There's a war council going on. I am going to call a war council here. We will try to mend any more bridges that need to be mended. And we will see where we're at and how injured we are.
Yes. That is super smart. You are going to go then, Thumbelina. In Calling the Court, just takes a moment. Again, magic is so great in summoning people. Everyone appears. The 5 fairies that you know, Falcon Swirl, Almond Clover, Beauty Wind, Golden Fall, and Pepperberry. As well as, of course, Queen Namari, Chief Poeton, and Trevin the Satyr. Trevin's cool. He's just this old satyr who's there, my guy. As you summon them, what then would you say? Because again, you always get to speak after the general introductions, a lot of that bureaucracy of like so and so of here, so and so of here, and finally, Queen Thumbelina, Lord and Queen of all things.
I'm gonna ask for a status report.
You see, each fairy's going to go around, and I'll just give you a rundown. The Commandrins have yet to have any problems. The Commandrins, the Satyr Sprites, and the Asmarians, Neverland has been safe. You see, Falcon Swirl, Almond Clover, and Beauty Wind all are reporting minor casualties, but basically fine. Golden Fall, she was the one that was very opposed, or like, antagonistic, shall I say. No casualties out of her army. As well as Pepperberry, who's maybe, I won't say indifferent, but just she was there. Also no casualties. As it was a really good battle. I mean, you appeared out of nowhere, you bring celestial magic against a fiend, it hurts them, that's great. I mean, if they had necrotic damage, it may have been bad for fairies, but you're fine now.
Okay, I'm going to let the council know that there's a war council going on in the Chester, and it would be beneficial if we all went, not just me, but the 5 fairy lords as well.
You see, Golden Fall is the first speech. Of course, my lady. Is that a direct order?
I know. I'm like, I'm giving you a voice.
She's very antagonistic. You get like,
Just say yes. Be like, the less you say, the less they can hold against you.
If you want a voice, you will be there.
she kind of like does that head tilt of like whatever. Like,
Oh my goodness.
it's that it would take a lot for her to lose her throat, but it's that like she doesn't want to be here, but like I guess I'm here because it's gonna take a like even if she wanted to leave, you can't just like drop being a councilman of your sector. Like the Council of Life and Love is big, right?
I might tell him, like, if this is too hard for you, we can assign someone else to your position. You let me know and we
She
can
said-
take care of it.
Yes, we'll assign them. We'll vote for it, and after the next millennia, I would gladly step down.
Okay. Then we have to work together.
You see, unlike Golden Fall, even people like Beauty Wind and Almond Clover, who didn't seem thrilled and were maybe a little antagonistic, they're not bad now. They're kind of here, as well as Trevin was always going to. It's that like, yeah, I mean, well, Trevin, Poeton, and Namari are, hey, the Queen of the Fairy says it, we go. This is how life works. At which point, we're actually going to do a bit of overlap. As you'll get your armies ready again, depending on where you need to march. It's a slight overlap with the pirates, actually,
Okay.
which is rather fun.
Oh,
where-
gosh, can you imagine fairies and pirates?
What you see is, like, Jim, as the pirate lords are getting ready to leave, Thumbelina and the rest of the Fae Court appear. And actually, it's a bit of a standoff. You see Chief Poeton of the Asmar squares up with Captain Hook.
I'm gonna like flip over to his and be like,
Um,
I understand there's a lot of antagonists, there's a lot of uncomfortable stuff here, but I swear to you, he's changed.
you see Arthur kind of said, people, ladies, gentlemen, Pearsons, let us not fight. You see, he's kind of like awkwardly starting because it's not like, how do you heal a million-year rift between races and groups of people, right? And so it's that like, please, you see Poeton, as the Queen commands, and you see Hook just, as the King commands, and is not at Braxton as Jim. So the pirate
Can I give Thumbelina a fist bump as I walk out?
synergy.
See, we work together!
As like swapping in, Arthur's now taking the ferry.
and pirates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly, though, it
In-
is.
Ever. Ever.
This is gonna be hard.
Pirates and fairy are working on the same
You have
side.
to change mindsets.
This
and that
is
not
how
easy.
dire the world is. You need this. So Arthur's going to take everyone to seat, and in that brief, basically what I did with Braxton Tumbling, you get all that. Here's where the pirates are going. Here's what we got. And so you see, he says, I understand the Asmar are still protecting Neverland. I've heard that you are bringing some of the troops from Agrabah. Are any troops able to come to Magentia as we start bringing people out of the city?
You can bring as many fairy troops as you need.
You see Arthur just, that would be wonderful. My thought is a fairy guard for each door, helping escort families through. That way, the fairy guard the families through to Sumani, while the pirates patrol the waters, so we're covering both bases.
Who's the one who hates me again?
Goldenfall.
I'm gonna assign her.
Okay.
Her armies to do that.
Light and love. The conclave isn't the right word because that's more for rangers, but the sect of light and love will be sent to escort. Which she's like,
honestly, that fits them perfectly.
Light and love.
Let's go save people.
They're like helping with the relief efforts.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's important in war. You need armies to help with the civilians. So she will go take care of that. That still leaves you 4. You see, Arthur just, are we keeping the Azamar, Kumandran, and Sprite satyrs at Neverland? You see, Arthur said, I understand that Pixie Hollow is important.
We are making sure Neverland has armies in case there is any kind of fight there. If we need to call on the Kumandra, we have a queen here who can command our armies.
Yes, Raya is quite adept at helping with that. That leaves you 4 sects of fairies. The sects of the sadness and fulfillment, fear and wholeness, joy and beauty, anger and justice. Right? These 4 others. Anger and justice are cool. What you see is Arthur again, and kind of showing you Magentia. Magentia works in rings. It's that like it's hard to tell street. Like there are a few like latitude and longitude streets every so often, but like there is a main street that cuts up towards Capital right by the Temple of Zeus. But mostly it's in ring pattern. So you see, he says, do we divide? Would you like to divide fairies up by quadrants, by rings? If we do have armies coming in from multiple places, where would we like these armies to be?
This is Arthur asking?
Yes, this is Arthur, because it's your choice of what.
Commanding his armies? Is he doing it by rings? Or is he doing it by
Magentia
quadrants?
has currently, all the Magentian armies have been at the ports. Because anything that can be on a ship or anything that can, again, they have a huge air and sea siren right now for radar, making sure nothing comes in up or down.
So we have 4 fairy armies.
Yes.
Essentially, how many rings are there?
There are a total of 20 major rings. And there are like minor rings, little alleyways, but like no one really counts those. It's like, you could say, I'm in the 20th ring, and people would know, oh yeah, you're like basically a portside hotel, basically. Versus I'm a second ring, and it's like, oh, yo, you're rich. Like,
okay, so if I understand it correctly, the closer they get, the smaller the rings, right?
yes.
So we're gonna split them by rings, so I feel like that's gonna be easier for us to split it up.
Okay.
Oh, but that's kind of stupid because they're so far from each other. Let's do quadrants, actually.
Okay.
Because then I think they'll be closer to each other.
It's the give and take. Quadrants makes it ever so slightly harder to like move around, like, because quadrants are like, oh, you're in the different rings and trying to go up and over and stuff. Like if you're in a ring, it's that I know my patrols, but it's like it's better because again it gives more set where to find people, if that makes
I was
sense.
also thinking like that way the armies are closer together.
Yeah.
Than it being completely spread out.
Because rings, it's a constant rotation. No, and again, you have other armies coming in. Like, the Supers and Agrabahans, when they arrive, can make choices too. To which, actually, we are basically there.
So, I'll let them choose I'll let the Fairy Lords choose which quadrants they want. And
Cool.
then I will take my personal guard, and it'll be in the center.
Excellent. So yes, the guard of the Fairy Queen, that first or second ring, basically because again, Magenti Petrum Superbia, the castle, needs its own spot. Excellent. With this being said, Jim, you get the pirates to places. Jasmine, the Agrabahlian demonic army marches inward to protect. Bob, the supers start arriving, yourself included. To
So awesome.
Do I know how many to expect?
oh yes, I was going to roll percentile. Out of the grand total,
100 supers.
That would be amazing.
87% of the
Yo!
supers, which gives you a grand total of 45 superheroes. I mean, you're only missing out on the grand total of 60, but 60, that's an army.
Yeah.
Like, still having 45
Dude,
supers.
nicely done.
The Agrabah Guard, again, you have 10 legions worth,
Oh, yeah.
which are big.
Here's a character sheet for each of them. Have fun running these.
Character sheet for each. You get to roll on, like, 45 different level 10 characters. No.
Could I?
During the hiatus, we'll work through,
Are
like,
there
how
any
you get to
other-
run your armies.
Yeah. Are there any other like spies or any other vigilantes?
Oh,
If
yeah.
not, that's totally fine.
The vigilantes, pure luck check to
Yeah.
see if they can afford it, because they
That's
also
totally-
might be,
yeah.
fighting the home front.
Yeah.
On a natural one, no.
Okay, that's
Unfortunately,
Oh,
fine.
wow.
That's
on
okay.
a nat one.
That's fair after
I didn't
being
expect
87.
Yes.
this, but it was
though.
worth asking.
But what
Yeah.
Rick would send back is they would love to, but they've got to protect the tri-state areas and hometowns, right? Because there's battles that are going to be happening everywhere. You got to have places for
That's
it.
okay.
Oh, that's
Um,
okay.
great.
Here we go. The fairies are all divided.
Impossible has to protect that high school.
Yeah, right. I mean, that high school it holds a portal to our world, and if it falls, then we die. No, world building. Why not?
Haven't you seen Stranger Things? It all happens at
Stranger
the
Things.
school.
We're
That's
all
right.
here.
Okay.
Yes. So
Stranger Things campaign would be so
I have an idea for it.
Oh, he's
Uh,
got ideas.
So Jasmine and Bob,
yes.
where would you like the bulk of your armies to be? Like in Magenti, because again, Dumbly, the Royal Fairy Guard are taking the innermost ring. The Magentian are the outermost, with fairies taking quadrants in terms of like northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest.
Are there any supers with message?
Actually, most of them have
Okay.
message.
So
It's-
I'm just thinking so that like they can be split up but still be coordinated.
Yes.
What I was thinking for the supers is, and I want to run this by Arthur as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Does he think that it would be good to have like an armada of supers, or does he think it would be wise to split them up, have them reinforcing the other battalions that we already have?
UC goes, if we split the supers with our existing quadrants and circles, that could greatly increase.
That's
Because
what I
again, yeah, supers aren't soldiers; they're not armies, but it's like they can do big help.
And they're like morale boosters. They can help.
They're superheroes, right?
They
So-
also
Hey,
have
you're
different
fighting along with
powers
Batman
so that
and
they can
Superman,
find
right?
out which
Mr.
is
Incredible
your
is
best.
punching next to you, the
Yeah.
common man. Yeah, it's a
So-
morale thing.
What I can do is, like, we'll split them up. I guess when we talk.
Yes, yeah.
In the hiatus.
That's
We'll
what
do
I'm
the
saying,
very,
because if
the
I can
very
have,
specific, like
Yeah.
If I
army
had, like,
stuff we're gonna do in the hiatus because it may not come up in the finale. It may more be what are my checks to send out to my soldiers, like slight warfare campaign.
My main idea is have them like reinforce, encourage,
Yeah.
inspire, like
which is
Well, what I
gonna
was
be
gonna
if
say
they
big.
is,
see
like,
anyone like this
Morale
getting-
checks have to happen in campaigns with war. Yeah.
and if they see anyone that's getting messed up, step in and help.
Supers.
I think it's just that, like, if you're giving me people who have message, I'll be way more willing to then split my forces, knowing that they can still
'Cause,
communicate.
10 legions of Agrabahlians. Where
They
would you
can
like
cover a
them
lot
to
of
go?
ground, right? Like,
Yeah, they can. Especially if you're putting well-placed supers in.
mhm.
Because where would you like the Agrabah? Those are easier to divide up because you're like, I've got 10.
That was awesome.
Where do I put?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question: are you saying Legion as in 1,000? So 10,000?
Yes.
Okay, just making
This
sure.
is the Agrabah
That's
Guard.
awesome.
You got
Jasmine.
10,000 soldiers. Well, it's like, but 10,000 soldiers and 45 superheroes versus thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of fairies, right? Like, you guys, well and circumvented, I won't have minions in the finale. There's no way the low-ranking Hades minions could ever step foot on the battlegrounds in the finale because of your party, basically.
Because
I love this.
Good, y'all.
I
Sorry.
do have
We prepped the
20
campaign.
demons as well.
Yes. Would you like them to bolster or be with you? Because these are low level, shall I say?
I'm thinking be with me.
Excellent. We'll work that out. Okay.
So, hot takes from me. Like,
Hot
I'll
takes.
take input of like, where other people have suggestions, but my first thought is like, that's kind of a vaguely triangular shape of land Magency is.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, maybe having 3 of my legions at each corner, and then
Ooh,
one to like
overlap.
start helping with like the final 10th legion that doesn't fit can go like help with civilians and be ready to like dodge in and out of doors and get around the city if they need
Or
to.
they could stay at the center.
Yeah, staying direct. Kind of like Thumbelinas, right?
could.
It's not even you're in a ring. It's like you're in that direct castle battle.
Yeah, whichever of those
If
would
we
be most
do that-
needed.
I think that's really smart. Because if they do that, they could totally be distracted by like the people in the middle. I'm assuming that they're not gonna just like kind of walk in like.
It'd be very hard.
Like they're just gonna. They're
Sorry,
gonna be
just
there.
the
You know
real
what I mean?
world.
I'm just gonna walk up in it. Ah.
Yeah. I'm assuming they're gonna have some other way to get there. And so if they're fighting the people in the middle, and you guys have people already surrounding them,
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been doing with all the armies
Yeah.
anyway.
Mhm. It's something.
But yeah,
So
so
yeah,
I like having those 3 main points to just rush in from
3
any
legions
direction.
for each. The top,
'Cause
left,
that
and
gives
right.
9, and then there's the 10th to do whatever
10th
they
to
need
bolster the
Yeah.
Fairy Queen's personal guard, which gives you a battlements around, which is hella smart.
August, were you expecting us to have this many armies when you were planning the finale?
Yes and no. Part of it was also I wasn't expecting.
He's trying to know what happened.
A lot of things happened in a cool way. I was expecting at least to have minions. Like every so often, troops of Hades shows up, right? Whether it's like skeletons or ghosts or demons or wraiths, right? But like any of those armies have to combat you guys. So it's just going to be basically PCs, maybe like a few demons. They're not going to be really tanky. It's like the berserkers for Meg, right? But they're still insanely good to have in a fight, right?
Yeah.
Well, especially
yeah.
when you guys are going
I'm
to be
not letting
fighting
that item go anywhere.
high, like, yeah, there's only like 7 or 8, but highest CR enemies, right? Kind of like an Agrabah fight where it's like, yeah, those demon armies didn't really affect you guys because you had the Agrabah, you were fighting in the fairies, but those 3 versus just 6 of you were tough.
Yeah.
7 or 8, even higher than those against 20 people. It's probably going to be a fair fight.
Tight.
To which I will say, we are about to hit what I'm going to call the cutscene, how I lead into the finale, because
Here we go.
all of you are here.
Question:
And
how much time do we have until everyone does meet up?
they're going to be coming to you guys.
Okay.
It's what I'm about to describe is how the people are coming in, because everything going on, what I will say is I'm going to pull up everything. It is war. Jim Hawkins, you know that currently right now, you are here with everyone with Arthur, right? The Tiger's Eye is with the final ships, like Silver's helping get the final ships out from that port in the island. Everyone's looking, like, after a while, you guys see Merlin and Morph enter, and it's that, I will say, a great little, like, this is Morph now.
Text the group for the picture.
Please
more?
text show everyone the picture that your sister helped make. It's beautiful artwork,
It's
really.
so good.
I give Morph a hug.
Oh yeah,
I
I think
am
I
hugging
think we all hug
everyone.
more. Now that you can
Oh,
feel it.
we gotta do this.
probably.
Morph.
No, only I hug her.
Silver
I said it
will,
first.
Me.
Silver
Roll
would
initiative.
be here at one point. Morph, we will roleplay this.
Oh,
Because like Silver comes back at one point because like talk to Jim, be like, okay, who do I give the bombs to before picking up more bombs, right? Like, oh, and everyone will get a long rest. You guys are spending over a day in Magency, right? This is how this kind of like cutscene goes. Morph, you see Silver, and realize Silver doesn't even give you a second glance because it's that, right? Like, oh, a kid.
oh crap.
As going through, is there anything you would do?
Honestly, you're saying that I'm feeling emotions so much more than I ever remember, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up and hug him as quickly as I can, say boo, and then I'm gonna run away.
That's not good.
Do you say that in English?
I'm gonna say in Orcish.
Why orcish?
She's a half orc.
Oh.
How many languages do you know?
Not many, but that's one that I
Morph,
learned.
this giant, burly, half-orc, half-warforged pirate stops. What? Hey there, kid. Are your parents around?
Oh
Or
crap, I can't run away now.
are you lost? Listen, I've got my friend is a captain.
Did he hear me say boo?
Yeah, but in Orcish, just so he's like, you need help or you need.
Are you colorblind?
No, that's a pretty funny question to be asking.
I'm gonna turn into Morph again. I'm gonna turn back into, well, who she is.
Long John Silver looks at you
I'm shorter than I thought I would be.
and very slowly takes you by the shoulders, and just brings you into this hug, and Silver doesn't let go.
If I go to jail because of you, you better break me out.
To hell and back for you.
Oh!
Morph, my darling girl, look at you. Look at your hair. Oh, it's beautiful. It's like the prettiest bubblegum you ever spit in a stew. Look at you. You can have a life now, Morphe.
That's gonna be weird.
You gotta go to school, Morph.
No.
Oh, Morph,
No!
you gotta go to
No!
school. You gotta find a good education.
No. That's stupid.
He says to the
I
level
learned
20
fun.
wizard.
Early.
Says the level 20 wizard,
I
yeah.
already went to school. So that's what I've been told anyway. I'm done with school. And I've got lots of money and I'm gonna be fine.
I own business now.
Look at you.
I'm a
Smart as paint you are, Morph.
Oh my gosh.
You see, Jim, he brings you over and Silver hugs you and Morph
Oh, this
so
is the
fast
best.
and goes, I always knew I'd see greatness from you. Look at you. Oh, you don't need old Long John anymore. You're fighting armies, doing the good. You couldn't have a prouder man. Look at you two. You're still gonna visit old Long John when I'm cutting throats and grabbing gold. You'll come visit old Long John, won't you?
You're literally piloting my ship.
I know, and if you want it back, you'll fight me for it. You see, he tries to slap you, but it turns into sobbing hugs where he's just, you both are amazing. Go be amazing. And I hope I catch some of the greatness coming off of you. Now, I best go find some more grenades. Captain Hawkins here wants his napalm. Now, you see Jim, as he calls you Morph, he's going to whisper something only to you that I will text you. That's what he says. At which point, Silver is going to exit, go finish prepping the ship for war.
I'm gonna message it to him
Okay.
and say, couldn't ask for one better.
As we see, all of you, your armies get in place over this next day or so.
Speaking of it being a day and getting a long rest, I just do have the item question of how many charges does my cube get back?
Oh yes, another dawn. You used 2. That's 5. So 2 more. Yeah.
Awesome.
Back at
so
full.
I'm back at full.
Cube's back at full.
There is something that Morph would have done in the day that just got to spend waiting for everybody to
And some of these, again,
We'll get to
I
later in the
want to
heist.
do these during the heist. Like,
That's totally
specific stuff for the pirates, for the supers, for Agbaro, for the fairies. We're gonna talk one-on-one because big war planning needs to happen, but I'm fine that being out of camera and stream because it makes it easier.
fine. Yeah, that's totally cool.
So we're gonna enter the cutscene as you guys start seeing more and more Imagineers and Lost Ones show up. After a while, it's Adam and Belle that are here, as well as Cadle, but Cadle seems to be staying to himself, Mr. Incredible. But you don't get anything in your head.
I think Mr. Incredible fully intends to kill Cadle, but he's gonna let Cadle help as long as.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You see, as they show up, the Lost Ones show up. Large Mike Wazowski also. They park the Meridian kind of by the tower, right, again in that main port. As they're getting ready, eventually you find a few of the Imagineers, not all. The Imagineers kind of split, like some came back. So Louis, Dumbo, Merida come back with these giant grapes that Davy, the cleric of Dionysus, squeezes to make this last god jungle juice. Picking up this jar, pouring it out for Esmeralda and for Varian. Or excuse me, Nemo. Because
Oh my gosh.
no. I was thinking in terms of paladins. In terms of paladin or people with God, Davy's going to explain people that are paladins, like Mr. Incredible, there's 2 drinks left. And so whether Mr. Incredible, whether Cadle, whether Dumbo, whether Kronk, there's 6 paladins. And there's 2 juices. Right? It's who gets the last 2 juices.
What do they do again?
They, for an hour or until you are down to 0 hit points, give you advantage on everything. As
So
a
if
paladin.
you are knocked
For a
down to
cleric,
0
it
and then
makes
brought
you a
back
level
up.
20 cleric for an hour. Right? It's that.
I'm not going to claim one of them. But you better believe that if Cadle reaches for one of those, his hand is going to be missing.
Stan's going to get mad.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you don't really need it.
Kronk should get one of those.
Kronk being a full paladin would be insanely buffed with that.
Yeah.
Right? To which here comes the my little like end tag line. You hear the good. You're all here. Varian is standing on the table amongst you all. And something that he says, only to morph in Abyssal, that some of you hear. New bodies are sweet, right?
Oh, crap.
Boom!
Crap.
That's where we end the session.
Oh, crap.
As the explosion
Uncanny
rocks the
touch.
tower. Yes, all the Uncanny Judges, we will be starting then in Valley. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Oh,